YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got something interesting for you. This is a Dynam C-47, which is just totally gorgeous. And we're gonna try it with a DT9, which is their programmable instrument, programmable transmitter. And we're gonna use that today. This thing has stabilization. I don't know if you can hear it responding. It also has auto leveling, just like all the rest of their Maiden Flight lineup. If you get it as a smart ready to fly, it doesn't come with this transmitter, but it comes with one that's similar. It's much simpler, but this is their upgraded version. So we're gonna try it today along with this rather than using the same transmitter that we've used before. CG's at 60 to 65 millimeters straight back. We're ended up flying this right now on a 4000 3S. We got a little modification here to hold that nice and tight. And otherwise, other than building it, it's been pretty good. I think it's gonna be a good plane, but we're gonna see. I think this is gonna make a big difference. Throttle cuts off. We have a timer set to 5 minutes. We'll see how that goes. I also have a voltage alarm inside of there. Okay, so taxiing, here we go. Counter rotating props. Really looks gorgeous, I think. I'm excited to see this one. I've been wanting this plane for years. And here is the time has come. Okay, here we go. Oh, that thing took off super easy. We got our expo settings, 3 different settings. We got a high, medium, and low, real similar. Look how smooth that thing looks. So smooth, I'm gonna go on the inside here. Gorgeous. Man, that thing looks good.
It's easy to see.
Yes, it is. The sticks feel a little bit spongy on my setting, so I'm gonna go to, oh, I'm actually on my top setting, my most sensitive setting. Can you go up to the corner, please? Quiet with. So we'll go to the back here. So far, I don't feel any trim issues at all. Scale is tough at that spot because those trees are a lot taller than you might think. Really nice looking plane. There are no flaps on this plane. I know what you're thinking, really? And no retracts. Again, really? Yes, they're not retracts. And yet, I don't really care because this plane looks gorgeous with the gear down. Okay, we'll go into bull here. Man, that looks good up against the trees. It's super easy flying. That thing looks just totally solid.
It does.
The props are a little bit noisy. By the way, I don't think I've been over 60% throttle this whole time. Man, that looks good. Keeping it down for reference, but goodness gracious, this thing just looks so pretty. Little touch and go there. This is 1470 millimeters. Give it about 80% throttle there. We'll just show you a little bit faster. So far, the transmitter's been working really good. I want to see how it does when I go up to my next setting. Yeah, you can definitely feel the difference. In expo settings, rudder is plenty responsive. We have a 25% mix on aileron to rudder. And this thing is just not combative at all. In fact, we're gonna go right through. We'll bring it in a little closer. We'll probably go past me, okay?
Okay.
So we'll go behind me. Gorgeous. That's full throttle there, just to show you can do it. Counter rotating props make 0 P factor out of this plane. You just don't have anything to deal with there. Using the rudder, a little contrary ailerons to slow it down here. Whoa! I hit right before the runway, evidently. Very forgiving so far. over the power lines. We're going to see if we can do this. I want you 5 steps to the center, please. Thank you. Perfect. Wanted to see if I could get that without that bounce. Let's see if we can do it here.
Okay.
Can you go please to the left? Thank you. Toward the center of the runway. Perfect. It feels solid. Let's try the auto leveling. Okay, here's the auto leveling. I'm gonna bank it. It brings it back. Definitely not as good as like the Horizon protocol. But if you fly it like normal and then you let off the sticks, it does level it. Okay, so I mean, it's got a little, almost like a trimming issue there. But I think I know what that is, and that is the stickiness on the rudder. Okay, that's why it's rolled to that side. I can test that theory by going ahead and rolling the other way. It should stick that way too. Hold on, let's try it. Okay, there we go. It's nice and straight now. Okay, so out of the auto leveling, we're just in stabilizing here. A little bit of throttle here on the turn. We'll bring it down for a couple of passes without stabilizer at all. So we're just out of the stabilization altogether. Flies really good without stabilization even. Granted, we are nice and calm.
Very.
Very good filming weather. Okay, so that was a beep. I don't know what that means. Oh, that means we're out of time.
Okay.
So that's our 5-minute timer. Now we do have an alarm for that. It's a vibration and a beep. I'm gonna go back into stabilizer. I wonder how often that's gonna remind me. I think I want to try some grass ops here. I don't exactly know what that beep is on my transmitter. I think it's a reminder that I'm over my time. You hear it? I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's pretty subtle. I've heard this plane is kind of challenging to fly, but I'd be saying you're crazy if this is the first time I'd ever flown it and I hadn't heard anything else, because it is really easy to fly.
Yeah.
Really solid. Not sure how it's going to do in the grass because those props are, yeah, those props are going to want to tip. Okay, we'll pause it. She is a good flying plane, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, very well behaved. Definitely doesn't do anything that you don't expect. It's just very simple to fly. We got tons of flight time on it. I bet we could go 15, 20 minutes on this thing based on the amount of power I'm having to give it. That's the first bad behavior we've had out of it because it wanted to favor so bad as it was landing. Okay, throttle cuts on and tested. Let's check and see if the landing gear is still square. Yep, they're still good. They're actually quite robust. I don't have any issues with those.
Do you want to check the voltage while we're stopped or just go till it beeps?
Well, I already got my timer cleared, so. Cell 2's at 3.84, cell 3's at 3.89, 11.5, 3.85. I'm just gonna let it go until it warns.
Okay.
Because to be honest with you, this plane just doesn't take that much power to fly.
Right.
It taxis surprisingly good too.
Yeah.
I was just really nervous. This thing sucked to put together, guys. It was horrible.
It did.
Look how quick that gets off the ground. And it's like a scale speed too. I love when planes have low wing loading so you can fly them so they look scale. You'll notice I haven't done any loops yet until now. I'll do one. Okay, here we go. It has the power on 3S to do it, no problem. The one thing it doesn't have is a lot of control surface movement on the elevator. So you're not going to be able to just jank it into a loop. No flaps, no retracts, but man, it flies great. With the right grass, you could take off.
Yeah, this is not the right grass.
It just wants to pivot on the wheels.
Yeah.
I'll go grab it. All right, some of you guys are probably thinking, can I hand launch it since it doesn't take off good from grass? Probably. We're gonna try it right here, but we'll throw it down the hill so we got a little bit of heads up. That was all by myself too. If you had help, you could easily do that with help. But honestly, it wasn't bad. I felt like I kind of had a little bit of down thrust on it. The weird thing is on this plane, I don't think the original Gen 1 version of it, or version 1 of it, actually had the down thrust. I think they had the same rotation on both props. This has counter-rotating props. As a result, you wouldn't need that down angle. That down thrust is really not necessary on a plane that has counter-rotating props. But look how nice and flat it flies. And it's solid. It's just rock solid, guys. Mm-hmm. Really enjoying flying this thing. Oh, dang it. I really, really want to try to get it to fly off the grass. But I think it's just, it doesn't have enough clearance, guys. I'll go grab it. So one thing I really, really like about flying this today is on this DT9, I don't have to worry about chopping my fingers off. That's a really big factor for me. I don't get real harpy on safety stuff on this channel. I almost never bring it up, except for the occasional lipo safety reminders. But really, throttle cut is a big deal. It's like one of the most important things you could do to protect yourself in this hobby. Because let's get real, not very many people burn their houses down. It does happen, unfortunately. But a lot of people do cut their hands. So you see how close these props are? Look at this. It's right there. Throttle cut. Very easy way to protect yourself. If you get the ready to fly, that's one feature you won't get. But there again, these things are so economical. It's definitely a good supplement to your Spectrum lineup. I mean, if you're going to be flying a few Dynam planes, this thing will pay for itself in just a couple of planes. So that being said, meaning that you could get the bind and fly instead of the Smart Ready to Fly. Okay, so I'm really kind of intrigued if I can get this thing to fly. I want to see if I can take off from here. I'm pretty sure I can. Oh yeah,
Yep.
It was up, no problem. Guys, this thing is gorgeous. It looks good. It's flying great. It's got that beautiful scale appearance that I want. And I am a sucker for scale aircraft, folks. So make no mistake. Do you see that? I just dragged the wing on the ground and it's still flying. It's just behaved so good.
If people are wanting to get this in the Smart Ready to Fly with the transmitter that comes with it, they can see what that transmitter is in the Grand Cruiser video or the PT-17 video.
Which we'll be flying those with the DT9 as well.
Yeah.
Because it's super easy to set up. I thought it was going to be a pain in the neck.
It was not.
But really, it wasn't bad at all. Guys, this thing is just a low pass machine. That's like what I want to do with it, is just shoot landings and approaches, because it just looks so stinking gorgeous. Let's do an overhead pass. Right overhead. You good?
Yep.
So pretty. The only thing to make it more pretty is if you had a bunch of parachuters falling out of the back. I'm not sure what the little sound is. I think that's like every 15 seconds or 20 seconds past my timer.
Timer.
Okay.
Nothing seems to appear on the screen.
Yeah, right. Man, that looks so gorgeous with the trees in the background.
We're a little close to the tree there.
Was I?
Look like it.
It's 1,470 millimeters, so you have to gauge your depth real carefully on these planes. Oh, there's my warning. Okay, so I'm gonna just be careful with my throttle management. I don't know why I went so far, but okay, I'm out of the throttle, just relaxing, maybe 10% throttle here. So gorgeous. Dang it, I knew it would flip over. All right, so of all the times that I didn't want a plane to flip over, that was it, because I thought we were going to end on just a perfect note. One thing I can say on that flip over, zero damage because the way the rudder's situated. Some planes have a front edge that comes over and you'll break that off really easy. This one does not have that. This plane is really solid, guys. It was horrible to put together. If you want to watch the build series, or not the build series, but the build is going to follow immediately after this Maiden. But this thing is great. It is very good flying. I don't know how long that flight was, but I have 5 minutes and 12 past my 5. But that's only when the throttle's on. They don't have a 1-out timer on this DT9 that I know of. If you know how to do it, let me know in the comments below. But for now, so far, really like the way this thing is flying. Getting the CG spot on might have been worth the effort because we did a little bit of effort. We had to do a little trimming to get everything to fit properly. And it looks like the battery even slid back just a hair, probably in the flip over. 3.77 on the third cell, 3.71 on the first cell, and 3.71 on the second cell. And that's from the crappy voltage alarm.
And we are using a bigger than recommended battery.
You're supposed to use 2200 3S, 15C. So we're exceeding that a little bit. We're on a 30C pack. I don't even know if you can get a 15C pack right at the moment, but that just speaks to the age of this particular model. It's been around for a while, but this thing is great. And it is very, very much a pain in the butt to put together. But once it's put together, two things. Don't put these stickers on, they're really ugly. These two door stickers are horrible, they're hideous. If you get the white one, they're not so bad. But on this olive drab finish, everything else went together and it looked really good. We had some glue that deteriorated here. We also ran 4.5 tubes of glue and they only provided 2.
Yeah.
So if you have mucilage, you'll be fine. Definitely not CA. This is going to be the Chinese glue is what you want to use, the contact cement.
It was just tedious.
It was just tedious and really hard to get the ESCs to fit. These accessible covers were great. It seemed like a great idea until you go to actually do everything and you've got this piece that you have to mount underneath the landing gear. Is a pain. But now that it's built, it feels sturdy. It's got really low wing loading, which means that it flies slow and it just looks really good. And by the way, zero complaints on the DT9. We show how we set it up. Yes, this does have channels. It has sliders on the back, which is nice, and they feel high quality. The sliders almost, it's kind of hard to describe, but it feels like it's got something resisting its movement. So it's not like it's gonna bump. And I liken it to the simulator we had the other day for the Real Flight 9. Those sliders are just really crappy on the back, but like on the DX18, they're really smooth. This feels even smoother. But I've never actually used sliders for anything, so maybe one of these days I will. Gorgeous plane. Definitely check the link in the description. If you like this thing, this is the Bind and Play or the BNP. You can get it as a smart ready to fly, or you can get it as a plug and fly. So any of those choices are great. We'll link to all 3 of them at the top of the video. Or top of the description. If you scroll way down, we usually just put the plug and fly version because we don't want to put a million different links. But if you're wanting to support the channel and you want to go over to BitGo Hobby, just click the master link up at the top and then you can follow to whatever you want to get. In this case, I really liked this plane. It flew super good. This is definitely an everyday sort of flyer. Would you want to learn on this? You probably could, but I wouldn't recommend it just because of the close clearance on the propeller. Now, it's not a bad flying plane, maybe a first twin, but even that, it flies really good for a first twin.
It's not a first build is part of the problem.
Yeah, because it's just hard to put together. And when I say hard to put together, you have to deal with a lot of the typical issues you deal with in this price class of a plane that's otherwise good. And it is otherwise good. So if you can get past those couple of different issues, it's a great plane. So, and it is beautiful. I was disappointed it didn't have flaps. I was disappointed it didn't have retracts, but at the same time, you know, that would have greatly, it would have greatly increased the price. It would have greatly increased the weight. And if I can get this thing with a lower weight, and it doesn't need flaps at all, but if you're gonna add flaps on a plane, this one would be really easy because it's a split flap. So you would just literally have a piece that hinges down with a tape joint, and you could do probably 2 servos just to make it easy on each wing. But this plane is gorgeous. Oh, and by the way, you got plenty of extra ports on there. So I think there's the gear and an auxiliary one. So you actually have multiple extra ports you could put in there. Would I do flap arounds on it? Heck no. If you aren't gonna do scale split flaps, there's no point. This thing flies so good anyway. So any final thoughts?
It's cool. It's fun to watch. It's neat because it's different and it's easy to see.
And the props haven't slipped at all. That was something we ran into on the Grand Cruiser, but only after a punishing 4S flight for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That being said, you guys may not have seen that video, but if you see our second thoughts video on the Grand Cruiser, then this one happened to come with spare props, which is really nice because it's a forward and reverse, and the size on these are 80/60R and 80/60. So that means 80 millimeters by 60 millimeters of pitch. So they didn't have it in English standard, so whatever that is. And that being said, the R just means reverse. So this one goes this way and this one goes that way. You can actually set that to go either way you want, but that's just the way we set it. So.
And that part was not hard. We did have to switch one in the build. And
we had to switch one of the leads, but you have to plug all the leads in. So if you get lucky, you'll get it right. You're going to have to flip. I guarantee you're going to have to flip one of the wires because you got 6 wires. If you get them all right, you're magic.
Yeah.
So, that's it, guys. This thing's great. Definitely get one. If you even remotely like this, get it. It's real economical. Definitely a good one to add to the hangar. YouTube, Brian Phillips again. We've got a box to open. You may have figured out from the video that preceded this whether or not this was going to be a good one. You're in an advantage because we have not seen it fly, and you have. So our plans on this one are to open this thing, unbox it, build it, and then set up the radio. My understanding is that this is a bind and fly plane. I've been wanting this one for a long time. So because it's a bind and fly, rather than using the transmitter that came with it ready to fly the other day, we're gonna try to use this, which is basically gonna give us a 9-channel transmitter for the Dynam products. And we have, what do we have here? The C-47 Skytrain, also known as, hold on, I'll tell you what else. The C-47, oh yeah, look at that. This one says it's ready to fly though, but I don't think it's actually ready to fly. I think this one's bind and fly. The packaging is the same on the outside for all of them. We've already used one of these transmitters. It was actually a good transmitter. I had no problems with it. So looks like this lid comes off of here. This says experience level 2. That's always, it's kind of scary. What? Okay, there you go. All right, we got some props in here, just loose. That's always nice. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Got some props here. Okay. Got a tail wheel, a couple of screws, big screws, screwdriver, a Y cable, 2 ESCs. That's a little bit scary.
Oh my.
2 tubes of glue. More of these things. Why are there so many of these things? How many engines are on this plane?
Aren't there only 2?
And then the landing gear. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Okay, there's decals on the bottom, not unsurprisingly. So one thing we're learning about the Dynam planes is that you have to work for them. They certainly do not come assembled, but that, I mean, some people enjoy that. Ooh, cool, stars and bars. Stars and bar, rather. Instruction pamphlet. All right. Looks like the ESC, Skylord. Okay. Dynam instruction manual, talks about the throws. 30 amp ESC, got the receiver. Looks pretty straightforward. Rudder, ailerons, and elevator. Okay, and then we've got some decals here. We got a decal sheet. Okay, that's pretty cool.
That's a lot of decals.
It's less than some planes we've done for Dynam.
That's
There's only 2 boxes
true.
worth of plane in here, which is kind of interesting to me. 2 boxes worth of plane. I'm assuming this is going to be, feels almost like a filler box. Nope, I think it's the fuse.
Wow, really?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Nice. Very pretty. Painted. That's where the tail wheel is going to go. Receiver is installed. That's always nice. Okay. So this would be a bind and fly, even though you have to assemble it. So we'll just cut this open. Really thick, high mill on the plastic, so that's good.
The packaging so far with Dynam has been
For not having
good.
foam,
Yeah.
it's pretty good. I mean, I would just as soon have foam, but that's just me. I mean,
as long as it gets here undamaged.
yeah, I know, but the thing is, we have pretty good delivery guys.
We do.
We have probably a pretty good time with our deliveries because
Yeah.
our people take care of them. Okay, so we've got the nice flat olive drab green. This is just a piece of packing. Old stuff in there. Rudder linkage, steerable tail wheel. Looks like that's already attached. Really like this paint job. There's going to be an antenna on there. I'm assuming this comes out, but I don't know which way yet. Okay, lifts up from the front. Those magnets are glued in. You can see all the way through. Pretty cool. Not too bad. Kind of a sloppy fit right here. I don't like that at all. I could probably just squish it down to try to get a better profile.
Well, if the paint went over the edge too, that would help. So you can kind of see the white.
Yeah,
That's
and
what-
I think that'll hide when we get it all out though.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so
That's all that was in that box.
make sure that one's empty. That one is empty. So we'll stuff this in here and get it out of the way. Then we have one more box to open. It's actually, it always seems like a lot, but then you open up all the boxes. In this case, there's a lot less pieces than the last plane we did. I'm not sure if you guys saw them in the order we did them because I can't remember. But the Grand Cruiser had a lot of parts, but the PT-17 had a ton of parts.
A lot of parts.
Yeah, I really like the PT-17, but boy, I did not like putting it together. It was a lot of work. Ooh, gorgeous. One wing, wing joiner, spar, horizontal and vertical stabilizer in the same bag. Okay, oh, it's one of these things. Come on, come on, man. I don't want to do that crap. See this? I don't like doing that because then if I wanted to fly this right away, it's not done right away. If I can put it together, I want to put it together and fly it. But in this case, no big deal, mostly because I can't do anything about it. These bags are really thick, guys, look.
Yeah.
See this? Like you can rip through them, but they're sturdy. They're really thick. So
Yep.
if they were thin, I think you would experience a lot more damage. I really like the finish on this. It's a little bit It's a little bit darker green than it should be for an olive drab finish.
Yeah, it's almost like a gray.
It's almost like a blue hue.
But the matte finish is cool.
There's a lot of glue residue, like these little stringies. Not a big deal, but that's kind of nice. Got the foam protector.
It's your favorite garbage.
Yep, it is. You can use those for wheels. High gloss finish on the engine cowl. That's obviously not cool. High gloss up against the flat is not cool. Got a wing spar here. Must be really effective. Not so much. Big aileron, really big aileron. No flaps. That's disappointing. Yeah, I want to see flaps on a plane like this. But they are split flaps, so if you're going to add flaps to a plane like this, this would be the plane to do it on. Okay, so let's take this one apart. I'm kind of a sucker for airliners, and obviously they had a civilian version of this. The Dynam version of this plane is white, and it has some really, really bad looking stickers. So I was actually super happy to see this one. I've been looking at it for years, and so the military olive drab finish is the one I was, of course, going to go with. Look at this.
Yeah, lots of glue strings.
That's not glued down. That's why it's so stringy. See? Look. Yeah. Covering the servo. Well, since it's off of there, yeah, we'll have to re-glue that. That's disappointing. Guys, this is an OBS review, you know. These little things, it's not necessarily that it's a bad plane. It's just kind of annoying that you have to touch up these little things. I don't want to touch up things like that. I've been doing this long enough. I just want to put it together and have it work well. This year, landing gear does not have retracts that I can tell. I thought this one had the capability of receiving retracts.
Oh.
But evidently this one doesn't have retracts.
So they're just fixed gear.
Well, they're fixed gear, but I know that they had an offering for retracts, I thought. So the props that came with it too, I haven't talked about that. They're 8063. What? Oh, that's 8060R3. Okay, so forward and reverse. And then this one is an 8060R3 and an 8063. Okay, so 2 reverse and 2 forward. That's very nice. Something I could have used on my Grand Cruiser. This thing feels nice and solid. Hopefully once that's installed, the wing will be fairly stiff. Got a pretty good amount of dihedral on this airplane, so I'm hoping it flies stable, but with that experience level 2, it does make me a little bit concerned. Elevators, pinch hinge. You got to work those a little bit to make sure they are free at the same level. Okay. I do like the color. I like the finish. That's another pinch hinge, and looks like we got a poor cut quality here. You feel that?
Oh, I see it. Or
That's going to need to get trimmed. And just for the sake of, I don't want to forget to do it, I'm going to grab an X-Acto knife and do it right now. See, it's bumping on the bottom. So what I need to do is I need to take the X-Acto knife. See, when you buy these Dynam products, you know, some of them are pretty sophisticated. They've got all the new technology to auto level and stabilization and all that stuff. But then some of them are still kind of like an old design. And so this happens to be one of their old ones. So I'm not sure if I would necessarily hold this up to the standard of the newest ones that they have. The newest ones they have coming out are a lot more sophisticated. I'm just cutting a little chunk out. I don't mind a gap. I do mind a bind. So we've got it a little bit better here. Just this little teeny tiny bit more. Our cat was begging to get out. Okay, so that's good. So we're free now. That's the sort of thing that I like to do right away because I'll forget. Obviously, this is going to be a glue together design, okay? Jig, paint, okay? Again, nothing inherently wrong or right with that. It's just kind of like, it is what it is. If you don't like that, that'll be a problem. If you do like that, no problem at all, especially. So there's 2 tubes of glue in here. I think we still have one open from the last Dynam. We might use that one up first.
Yep.
We ended up getting a bunch of glue on that one. Just cut this sack opened, lay it on top of the decals. Okay, these are spinner adapters. I do not really understand why they came with 4, but I'm guessing one's reverse threaded and one's forward threaded. Again, I could be mistaken on that. That one doesn't feel like it wants to start, so I'm guessing this one will. Yep. So that means that this one probably goes on here. Nope, it won't start.
I wonder if it's one of those then.
Well, shouldn't it start on here? Maybe it's just a spare because they had people were losing them or whatever. See? That doesn't start. I'm just looking at the threads. I'm just following the thread out with my blade. Make sure it doesn't have a burr on it. So it's not going there. And it is going there because I have to go backward, okay? So my apologies, folks. I was spinning it the correct way instead of the incorrect way. Okay, so this one goes on. And that one also goes on, which is cool. So that'll be a nice little detail. Okay, so then what else is in the bags? We've got what appears to be some control horns. This is going to be for the elevator. I kind of like that design. That's nice. We don't have to worry about putting a piece of metal in there. Oh, cool, the antenna for the front. I get a little bend in mine. That's not so good. Straighten that out. I bet this isn't going to last very long, though.
No. Especially if you're transporting planes a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so we got heavy-duty clavises, or control horns, rather. Those ones are probably for the rudder, because this is the elevator here. Gosh, they send a lot of extra parts sometimes. It's kind of strange to me.
Oh, so you only have one.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's for the elevator. Of course, that's going to have to get glued in there too. So this is the type of thing that if you want to get up in the air and get flying quick, you're going to be disappointed in that sense because you can't. So my camera crew and I will assemble this, and then it's obviously it's kind of getting dark, so we're not going to. Okay. So there's a handful of screws, so that's totally empty now. Comes with a screwdriver, a Phillips screwdriver, Chinese style. It's got the wing joiner, or the wing to fuse piece that's going to go right here ultimately. And then that big plastic screw is going to go through here and then bite into the fuse and kind of hold the wings on. Obviously the wing has to be assembled here, okay? And of course this has to be glued, and then the landing gear have to be glued. Landing gear assembly is going to go underneath these things. They're going to pull out. ESC is going to go there. Yeah. It's going to be a nice looking wing still. I like that they're foam wheels. They don't feel like they spin especially free, but that's not a big deal. So I think without further ado, we've got one more bag to open, and then we'll probably go ahead and start the build after this. So this comes with ESCs with an XT60 installed, and this is the same Skylord. Okay, so we got a Y cable here, solder joint under heat shrink. It's an XT60 H-M. Okay. This lead has some exposed copper. Do you see that? Look what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull hard on this while I'm supporting the back end. I'm going to slide some of that silicone down. Now watch what happens. See what happened to it? Mm-hmm. What did it do?
It just pushed, I mean, it just got a little bit of excess to cover that exposed.
Yeah, that way it doesn't get touched. Okay, then this has just a Y splitter on it. So One of these is going to go forward and one is going to go backward, which means we may have to program them. So you'll want to be mindful about that before you get all your wires buried. I say that because if you bury the wires and you have to calibrate one but not the other, when you do your direction of rotation change, if they're not programmed right, then that can be really challenging to do because you'll have to actually unplug one half of this circuit so you can just program this one. And then you'll have to switch that condition for the other. So keep that in mind. It's very important to know that. Unless, of course, you want them to both run the same direction, which you can do that. But if you have counter-rotating props, you're going to have no P factor, which P factor is, of course, going to be when, like, if you have one plane, if you have one propeller and it's spinning like this, it's going to want to pull your plane over, which is the way it would go. It'd go for you, it'd be counterclockwise. Is that counterclockwise?
No, that's clockwise.
Okay, so you'd be going like this.
Yeah.
So it wants to spin the plane over and then into the ground. Okay, so if you have counter-rotating, you don't have that. And they usually spin into the fuse.
Yeah.
Okay? Not from the bottom of the fuse out. Okay? All right, that being said, assembly will follow right now, and we're gonna get things cleaned up and come right back. I gotta glue these things in, and they send both of these. They don't indicate which one's which, but they are the same. So I'm assuming they just send a spare. I'm not sure why. Because when you do these planes, see, you gotta glue those in, slide it back all the way, and then once it's glued, then we can assemble it. Okay, so I've got a tube that's from another Dynam plane, so we're gonna use this up first. Okay, when I glue these things, I don't bother trying to take all the paint off. That's the best thing you can do if you're really concerned. So I'll take and spread that around. This is a contact adhesive. So if you can tolerate the weight, the best thing to do is to spread it out all throughout. And you see how it's kind of taking the paint almost with it. So the best thing you can do is kind of put it in there, squish it into where it belongs, and then pull it out, okay? Put it in, then pull it out. And then in this case, I'm actually going to repeat a couple of times because I don't want to have this stuff come apart. It's a pain if it does. Okay. I'm going to support underneath the wing so I don't break it off. Okay. See how it's getting stickier? Getting a little bit tackier. See all the little strings? Okay, so I'm going to pull this out and just let that sit and tack up for a couple of minutes. And then while we're over on this side of things, we're going to do the same thing here. This is for the elevators. Okay. So I want to glue this whole little area here. So I'm putting a drip into that crack. And then I'm going to come over and just kind of glue the areas where I know for sure it's going to go in contact, which is right there. Okay. And I'm going to get a little bit of glue through the middle and then try not to drip all over. Okay. So I'm going to just grab that little drip. I'm just working this stuff in, right, like that. And this is kind of a, if you're doing it and you're not making a mess, you're probably not using enough glue. I'm just gonna be totally frank with you. You gotta have quite a bit of glue to get this. Look at that little dinky contact area, guys. Okay, so this area in particular needs to have a lot of glue applied, okay? So once you get that in there, give it a couple of wiggles, and then I want to pull it out again, okay? And then I want to set this aside so that I can be picked up for a second. And I'm going to just lift this up and just kind of clean this area. Take off all the excess that we don't want everywhere. Okay, and then just clean out that little area there. And then repeat. I'm just using Q-tips. They work nicely for this sort of step. Okay, and we're gonna let that sit for a minute. Now, if you guys remember from earlier, we had one of these, on this wing, one of my covers was loose. So this thing came up. So in order to get that glued back down, I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue there. And I'm gonna just cover that surface area and spread it around all the way back and forth. I'm gonna let it down. I'm gonna lift it back up. And then my hope is I can get that thing to glue down. Now this is the same scenario, folks. It's gonna need to tack up. So just because you put a little bit on one side does not mean it's gonna be enough to hold it, okay? So I'm gonna put that on the bottom of the plastic and just leave it be for a minute or two. I'm gonna intentionally not stick that together yet. So now that we've given this a minute and we're just kind of making our rounds, we'll see if we can come back and stick this in there. So I'm gonna support behind it. So then as I press in, yeah, see, it's already getting really tacky. See? Now it doesn't want to come out, okay? If I pull hard, I'll just break the control surface, so I don't want to pull too hard just to prove a point. But as you can see, it handles that no problem. Okay, so same thing over here. We've let this sit for, I would say, a minute and a half. You could go more like 10 minutes if you really wanted to have it stick hard. Okay, that felt like it went in pretty easy. I'm not sure I'm satisfied with that. But as you can see, this is going to be mounted, and then this is going to be glued, and this is going to be glued. See how it's pulling out? Probably premature, and not enough glue. I'm going to do more glue. I want more glue on this thing. Okay, now that I got more glue on it, I'm going to stick it back down into this crevice. And I'm just going to leave it for a sec. Pull some of this contact adhesive off. The contact adhesive, it will pull the paint off if you're not careful, so I guess I'd rather see a little bit of glue on the surface than pull all that dark colored stuff off. So I'm just going to pull that out, wave my hand around it. That's going to take the little strings off, and then lay this upside down. We'll come right back to that in a minute. And then this, now that that's had a chance to tack up for 30 seconds or a minute, you see it's stuck right down. Stuck right down. No problem at all. Okay? See how hard I have to pull to lift it? So that's what you want. That contact adhesive will work really well, but it has to be used right or it doesn't work well at all. Okay, so the next step, of course, is going to be to glue that onto the fuse. This, of course, is the fuselage. And so our first step is to put the horizontal stabilizer on and elevator. See this here? We're still letting that dry. There's some schmutz here. You see this? See all that schmutz? That's glue, schmutz, whatever it is. I'm gonna just pull that off of there because it's ugly. It's ugly as sin. Get off of there. Okay, so once you get that peeled back, if you can't get it all the way, you can use your tacked up glue thing. Yeah, that's not working very good, is it? Okay, so we'll leave it. All right, so back to this piece, now that that's had a chance to tack up a little longer even still. Yeah, it feels like it's getting better.
That seems better, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell because when it goes in, it's hard to get it in there. And I'm supporting the back here and I'm pushing really hard actually. Because I want that to be deep into that crevasse there. I want good penetration. Okay. That's not a very impressive joint. If you had to ask me, I would say that thing should have been twice as long so you'd have more leverage and contact point. So it just makes me nervous because it's really hard to ensure that's going to stay. Now, granted, you're not going to be flying this in 5 minutes. It's going to take a while to put all this stuff together.
Yeah.
So that being said, this thing goes in like so, and so that's our next thing. Now, if you really want to ensure a good bond, you'll scuff this up a little bit. I've never had a problem with scuffing in this way. I'm actually going to put this antenna in too because I just want it on there because it looks cool. So it's got some grooves on it on the bottom side there. I don't know if you can see that. I'm just going to drag this over while I wait. And that one I'm just going to stuff in there. I'm not going to pull it in and out. That's good enough. That looks really cool though. I like that. Okay. You guys see this control arm? See how this sleeve can be slid back? You can grab it from the bottom if you want. See how that sleeve is moving? I want that out of the way. So let's go up to the front. See that sleeve moving? See, there's the sleeve. See that sleeve moving? You don't want those sleeves to be back here in your way, okay? So what I encourage you to do is if you get one that moves like that, once you get this assembled, the best thing you could do is just grab a little bit of hot glue or something and hold that positionally where it needs to be. Because what happens is those tubes guide the actual rod that's sliding through. Well, the thing is, if they're allowed to slack, then what'll happen is as you move, it's gonna be allowed to move out of the way, and move out of the way, which means your control surface doesn't move as much or as precisely. So if you can brace that somewhere at the tail end, it would be better. You can use this glue if you want. You can use this glue if you want, but you gotta be really careful not to get it on the shaft. That's why I say hot glue, because it's super easy to get a little hot glue and just tack it in place. In fact, we're gonna grab our hot glue gun and we're gonna tack it in place right now, because it's gonna be really hard to do once you get the horizontal stabilizer on, because it's gonna block your access here. So we'll do that right now. So the hot glue gun is getting hot, and while that's happening, we're using this X-Acto knife to just scuff up the surface. I went with the blade forward and made crosshatch pattern, and then I went with the blade backward or sideways and just pulled it. So what's gonna happen is that just gives the glue lots of different little nooks and crannies to work within. And then I'm gonna go to this surface that's already unpainted, and I'm just gonna carefully brace this and not get in a spot where I'm cutting myself. And I'm just scuffing it up. It's not like this is the absolute end-all cure-all. You don't absolutely have to do this, but I would encourage you to do it. It's gonna take just a minute or two, and you are depending on this glue joint pretty important. I always like to, if I'm not sure of exactly where things are gonna hit, I always like to put that down on there, and then I can tell exactly where it's gonna hit. So then I can go within those boundaries for my scratches. Because you don't wanna scratch the spot that you're gonna see, obviously. You see I'm just cross-hatching it. Just a little bit, it doesn't need to be a lot. And then once you hit those crosses, then it pulls up the foam. And that'll just give you actually a ton of bite that you wouldn't otherwise get, okay? Okay, now this is a little bit bigger surface, but I'm still just gonna be kind of careful. I'll just kind of err on the side of not doing any more than is absolutely necessary. Okay, so it just gives us a little bit more texture. You don't have to do that step, but it's probably worth your time, okay? So then, just to show you that contact cement, we're probably 10 minutes in, and that feels pretty solid. Now, that being said, this one doesn't feel very solid at all. So that's just not gonna be solid while we're doing this build, I don't think. It's gonna need to set up for a long time. When I say a long time, I mean like a couple hours, not like a long time, days or weeks. I may even do a little bit of hot glue just because I'm nervous that's gonna come undone.
It would at least hold it in place too while it's drying.
Yeah, okay, so let's see the hot glue gun. Hot glue is obviously not provided with this kit, this model. Okay, so all I'm concerning myself right now is that right there, that sleeve. And the way you know that the sleeve is not too far back is you look kind of where the servo could move, okay? And that's your basis. And then down in here, I'm just gonna glue a kind of a blob of glue. I'm not gonna overthink it, I'm just gonna blob it in there and be done with it, okay? Once the blob is in there, you can just spread it to make sure that it gets all the way around it, 360 degrees around the tube, okay? And you'll be surprised how big of an impact that can have on the quality of your controls. But it's also foam with hot glue, so it stays hot for a while, so be careful. Don't burn yourself, in other words. Okay, so this can be set over there, camera crew. Thank you, please. Oh, actually, we'll do this. We'll do this too, sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this one here kind of makes me a little bit nervous, so just because it makes me nervous, I'm gonna go on top of the plastic and just give us at least something on top. I'm gonna use an otherwise clean Q-tip to spread this surface out. So obviously this is not a contact adhesive, it's hot glue. So hot glue works a little bit different. So it's all about surface area, so I just wanna make a big surface. Lick the finger and press it down. Right there. Spread it around. Get the surface, lick the finger, press it down flat. That's gonna help me to feel more comfortable. And then right here, I wanna do this too. I wanna glue right there along that edge, along this seam right here, because I can. So I'm gonna take advantage of it. See this X-Acto knife? I'm gonna cut the tip off of this. Then I can get down in there with this Q-tip and push that glue down into that little joint there. Okay.
And why are you gluing that little joint?
Because I can.
It's not a very good answer.
No, it's important. Because I can. So I'm gluing this little edge, this little corner. It's like if this was steel on steel, I'd be welding it, right?
So just as one more point.
Just one more contact point. The contact adhesive is only going to hold the inside part. This is the outside part. So it's a part that I can get to. So I'm just going to glue a little teeny bit there. Okay. So there we go. Lick finger, make sure it's dry. Okay, great. So now that's going to hold things together while we're between steps. Now you can actually hot glue this whole assembly together. I wouldn't recommend it. I feel like you're going to get a lot better bond from this glue that comes with it. Okay, so the first thing we need to do now that we have all that stuff prepared is go ahead and get glue on here and get it working, okay? So when I say working, I mean cooking off or chemically reacting with the oxygen in the air, okay? And you'll notice I'm not being especially sparing here, okay? I'm being actually pretty liberal with my application of glue here, okay? You're like, well, if you're so liberal with your glue, why do you have an extra glue tube? Well, because they gave us a ton in that PT-17. Is that the one it came from?
Actually, I think that's left over from
the Grand Cruiser. Okay.
They gave us like 3 and we used.
Actually, they gave us like 4.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was a lot.
A lot more than we needed.
Yeah. We haven't had any of that fall apart from glue that we know of. Okay, so we're just spreading this out. Now, contact adhesive is supposed to contact 2 different sides, okay? So it's supposed to contact both sides that it's applied to. So if you can spread this out, spread it out as nicely as you can. You do want to have like a somewhat even coating if you can get that, okay? It's going to help you to get a better bond. James Bond. Sorry, couldn't resist. Such a nerd.
That's okay, we know.
Now, is there a little bump on this? No, there's not. Okay. All right, so we've got that on there. So now we're gonna need another tube. Camera crew is...
Do I need to grab?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. So I'm just gluing the underside of this wing. Just kind of getting that last little bit out. Good for every last drop. Okay. Those tubes are fun to work with. Okay, so then I'm just kind of spreading that out here. We need more. Now these caps have a cutting device in them. I always use my old one because the old one I can throw away then instead of the new one because then you always got glue.
All over it. Like that?
Speaking of all over it, yeah, like that. Exactly. Okay, I didn't score anything on that finish there, you may have noticed.
And while you're smearing your glue around everywhere, the directions
Just kidding.
did not, they didn't see what you're doing. The directions didn't specify gluing this like little control horn thing or the other one in.
Yes.
It just says to glue the sections together to make sure you do this part first.
Well, we
Right.
hope. We hope we're right.
Oh.
I mean, I'm assuming we're
Assuming
right.
you know what you're
It's
doing here.
built enough of these planes that it's not rocket science to, unless of course it's a rocket, and then it would be kind of rocket science, I guess. Okay, so we're just gonna let that sit for just a minute, let that tack up. Now, when you get this big of a contact area and you've got that much contact adhesive, it is totally possible to not get it lined up right and have a bad day. So, with that much involved, you may wanna think about kind of prematurely bonding them. Okay, so I'm gonna slide this in here. And I'm gonna drop down the control. See, because it's already wanting to stick it. Okay, there is a little detent and there is a little ledge on the front, okay? Don't be afraid to press, but hopefully if you did your job right with the contact adhesive, you won't have to press really all that hard, okay? You'll notice I didn't apply glue here because I knew I was gonna have to push, okay? See how I'm squishing? All right. That's going to be a Bearcat to move. So what's going to happen is we'll have to release it from the servo up front, slide the rod forward, and then slide that into the control arm. And we're probably going to have to clip or bend the end of this because it's not going to be low enough to where it won't run into itself, okay? So, get a dirty tip, you can clean it to fresh. Then I can go and pull out some of this extra little bit. There's hardly any, but I'm just gonna pick it up while I can, okay? And then the stuff from the factory, if you just spin it, it picks it up nicely, okay? So then this is a time where you really wanna make sure you've got things square and even. And if it's not, address it somehow, which is gonna suck if you have to. All right, so now that we're done with that step, now we can go ahead and glue on the top. If you're beginning to understand why it's a big selling point to have a screw together plane, you would not be in the minority, okay? So we're just gonna try this. Okay. Don't forget you've got a little control rod that has to clear, okay? So I'm just dry fitting this quick. Okay, so obviously we're gonna have to put quite a bit of glue to hold that in. So we're gonna not be sparing at all up there. In fact, I'm not gonna glue the sides. I'm gonna glue the bottom, okay? Because if we glue the sides, it's gonna make it extremely hard. Ooh. Gonna make it extremely hard to slide it in there. There's a,
Oh.
see that? There's like a hole there. I think at one point they must have had this thing molded ready to receive a wire. Okay. This is gonna take a lot of glue, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 tubes might not be enough.
Well, we didn't quite use the full first tube. That was already started. So you might have to be a little bit more sparing than I am. Well, although, yeah, you still gotta glue your middle of your wing together.
Right. I'm assuming we do anyway.
Yeah, we
gotta-
definitely
that cover
do.
piece has to get glued on for
Yeah.
sure. Nothing else.
Okay, so I'm just spreading this out like we did before. I want to get on and around this little doohickey little bump. And then on this tail, you want that too, because that's going to be really hard to hold down otherwise. And it sucks, but you got to kind of get it to the edge, guys. If you don't get it to the edge, it ain't going to hold to the edge. And when I say it ain't going to hold to the edge, it's going to look like crap. So you got to spread that stuff out. It does not spread itself, not like some thin CA product. This stuff has to actually be applied. Dang it, I got it on the end. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. And this stuff is a lot easier to work when it's just firstly been squirted on. So play with it when you squirt, then play with it.
Right away.
Right away. Okay, and then you can get a little bit on the edge, but you don't want to have a lot on there because it's just going to slide out and come out the top. Okay, so I'm going to lay this aside and just let that cook off a little bit. Spreading this is a lot easier to do this one. A lot easier. Okay, and then just a little bit. You can get the sides here because it's just going to slide down in there. Okay, but don't glue the sides of that thing. Do you follow? Did that make sense, camera crew?
Yeah, don't glue the sides of this. Like right here. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, you have to put it there too, don't you?
Well, I mean, if you want it to work right, you do. If you guys would run out of this stuff, I have links to a product called Foam to Foam from Horizon, and then from Hobby King, it's called mucilage, and mucilage is thicker than this, but it works really nice for this. I like mucilage better than this, but it is a lot thicker.
It's harder to come by sometimes too.
It is. That's why I have the link to Foam to Foam. I actually do not prefer the Foam to Foam, the Horizon product, as much as I prefer the mucilage. But this Chinese glue is, it's just kind of the stuff you use when you're putting these models together this way. So we're going to dig into one more tube of glue. And you know what, hon? These tubes are bigger. They're pretty close, actually. They're similar in size.
Those small tubes are nice though, because then you don't have a giant
Open tube.
of open glue.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't.
And I don't know if you guys, yeah, this stuff does not keep.
No.
I mean, it'll keep for a while, but it won't keep forever.
Right.
So use it when it's open. Don't think it's gonna like stick around for 8 months or 10 months. Okay, hope I'm not going too far. I'm pretty sure I got it where it needs to be without going too far. Because it should be coming down at an angle here.
Yep.
It is kind of going to that flat finish when it gets set up though, which is good. Okay, a lot of work putting this glue on, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. You wouldn't think it would be. If you want to get a good contact on it, then you got to spend a little bit of effort.
Well, that's what's holding it together, so.
Now you could tell when it's done cooking off because it smells less, which don't sniff glue, kids.
Glue.
Okay, so we're sliding this in. You have to kind of get this thing on too, so just be aware, okay? See, it's kind of a little bit of a balancing act, okay? And you got to slide it in. Oh, geez, that's kind of challenging. I'm not quite all the way down there. Got glue on me. Oh, yeah. Not super easy to get that in there. I don't like to push this hard on my foam. So then this thing, you want to get it lined up last and pull it down. And you can move the rudder out of the way and squeeze it down too, see? But that's how you line it up. You line it up on the tail right there. So once that's out of the way, you can push down on it like this. Okay. See, I'm just pushing it everywhere I can push. Will you move that wing for me, camera crew, out further? Thank you. And I'm trying to do this without screwing up.
You want me to hold that down while you're doing that?
No, I don't. It's definitely going together. Just really kind of hard to control it. I mean, it's definitely there though.
Yeah.
It's not like it's coming apart, but it's kind of like the fit on the canopy up here. You've got that little bump. So if you want to make it look good, you're going to have to spend a little bit of time, and I don't know how you're going to exactly do that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use some tape to hold that down. And yes, it's going to be shiny, which is a bummer. Do we still have our scissors out there?
No, we put them away.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this tape, we're gonna pull it out, we're gonna cut it so we have a flat line. And we're gonna run this like so. We're gonna press it down, and then we're gonna feed this down and along, okay? That's gonna hold that tip down, okay? Then back here, you see what's happening to the back? Show the people at home. See how it's lifting? That's obviously not a good thing. See that?
Yep.
So we need to figure out a way to hold that down. So I have two trains of thought for this. One, we could try to tape it, which that's gonna be a challenge in and of itself. And two, we could try to pin it. I'd like to try to pin it. Let's get some toothpicks.
Okay. Yep.
So we got toothpicks. Now I'm gonna do this dry, but then depending on how it works, I may end up dipping it in glue. Okay, so I need to hold this down in the middle, and I wanna tack it in place. So I need to push this down, and I wanna go down at an angle and really hold it in place, okay? See, that's gonna give us a lot of strength. And you see where it comes out?
Wait, where?
You see where it comes out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that's gonna prevent that from lifting at all. Okay, but only because we're at an angle. So now I'm gonna leave that there. I'm not sure I'm gonna leave it in there permanently at this point because I can just pull it out once it's dry.
Right.
Okay. So now because that's a hidden area, I'll go ahead and probably do that again. Squishing it very hardly while I'm doing this and then sliding it until it's inserted. See, and that's just closing that little gap right there. It would be nice to just leave them in there because I feel like we'd get a lot of strength for the amount of weight we added.
Could you just clip them?
I could. I could also dip them in glue and then slide them in. But that's just gonna hold things together, nice and square, okay? You could do the same thing from the bottom, but it's gonna be a little bit harder to get your alignment exactly right. Yeah, because the gap around the wing, it's just really difficult to actually collapse that gap. See this? Show them from the side. And see, there's nowhere to squish.
Right.
Okay. So I think we'll just go ahead and leave that and we'll come back to it. Let's cut it. Let's cut it. At least the back
And
one.
then leave them?
We'll just cut them. Side cutters work good for this. If you have really small side cutters, that works even better. You can use another toothpick later. I'll show you a trick. Okay, so we'll just cut that off. Doesn't need to be all the way flush. I'll show you the trick. Okay, so you cut it. You're like, but Brian, that's not flush. I know, don't worry. Okay, see it's not flush and it's hitting. Now you take another screwdriver or your X-Acto knife and you can rest it in the wood fibers backward. And then sometimes you can push it. Other times it kind of resists. So if it resists, you've already got that little pocket you did with the knife. And then you can push this down. See? Then it's flush. Then this one up here, that one kind of worked poorly. You can also use a screwdriver, works really nice, but I'm just kind of trying to use the easiest things, like tools that we've already used.
The black screwdriver that came with it?
Yeah, let's do that, because that way it's a tool that we've used in the kit.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so if you grab the screwdriver, then you can take and just rest this on the tip of it and slide it in. I did just use side cutters after all, didn't I? And of course this one's going to be a pain. I'll just cut it with the X-Acto knife. I never seem to have good luck when I cut with the X-Acto knife in this weird sort of angle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got the tip cleared. So now that's free again. And then we're gonna have much better bite. Okay, so that's holding everything a lot better. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. In fact, I just wonder if I could maybe even do one straight from the tail in to hold that together. Boy, that'd be nice if I could get away with it. So then this here, you see this? This is what I was talking about earlier. See that? That's the toothpick coming through, okay? So as this moves, as that moves, we want to make sure that we aren't going to bump it, which we're not going to bump it, so we could cut that also, X-Acto knife style. Okay. Scissors, because I'm too lazy to get up and get needle nose pliers or the like. Okay. And you can eliminate that from the situation. Okay. So now that's just acting like a wooden staple to hold that back down. Okay, so the front's down, the back is mostly down. Some people like using Gorilla Glue too. I've never gotten into it, but the Gorilla Glue will foam up a little bit, so it makes up for these little gaps, which is really nice. Okay, so that all understood. I also noticed that while doing this, this kind of came out and it got pushed at a weird angle. So you want to make sure that doesn't get kinked on you while you're doing it. This comes out and gets kinked a little bit, so you got to be careful about that. And then same thing with that. Make sure it's not pushed so far that it's not going to be able to actuate once this is all set up, okay? All right, so the next step, of course, is going to be to assemble the wing, right? Is that what they're saying in the directions?
Yeah. Should we look?
Yeah, let's look at the instructions.
Do you want them over there? Yep, apply foam glue. Second row of instructions should be where we're at now.
Apply foam glue on the joiner of left and right main wings. Okay, so the section that they touch together on.
When do we run the
ESC
and
wires?
stuff, though?
Looks like you do that after the wing is assembled and the landing gear have been stuck in. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're not going to be able to get to them.
Right.
Okay, so they got a wing spar here. Okay. Why don't they just do it like every other manufacturer and have a slot to put that in? This is because then they would have to install the ESCs, which would take them an extra.
Because the ESCs are going to go on top of.
The wires are.
Right.
Yeah. Then these are going to go through the channel. They won't get glued, technically. Let's just dry fit it real quick and make sure that it's all going to go in there.
Yeah.
Because I'm quite nervous about that step. Because if this doesn't work, it could be, I mean, obviously it works because somebody else has built this before.
But gluing it is way scarier than screwing it together.
Well, you can't undo it very easy.
Right.
And then you see these gaps, you don't glue in this, you glue on the flats. That's gonna suck to put that glue on there. Because then look where your wires are. Lordy Lord, that thing's gonna be short. You see that?
Yeah, where are those wires going to?
Yeah, exactly. Where
Through
are
this
those wires?
hole?
Oh, they're already attached here, camera crew. To the aileron port, it's already attached.
Oh, okay.
So we can go ahead and plug those in. I was just gonna say, how would you ever
Yeah.
manipulate those in such a way? Okay, so the two aileron servos are going to plug into this Y splitter. Orange and brown to orange and brown, okay? Red, of course, in the middle. So you see, like that. Then this is just gonna be allowed to feed through there. So we can just kind of have that out of the way for now. just as a reminder. So now let's make sure we have a place to lay this. This can be out of the way. They're not going to be a problem. This can be out of the way. These are going to mount underneath, and they're going to plug in. Magnetically attached, okay, which is nice. So we're going to be able to get in there and get the wires correct. So just to be clear, you don't know what direction these wire. You literally just don't know. It's 3 wires, you plug them in, and then when you run it, you'll find out what direction it goes. If it goes the wrong direction, you can either reprogram the ESC or you can flip 2 of the wires. That will allow the motor to spin the other direction. Okay, that's all you got to do.
Really?
You plug in all 3 wires, and then whatever direction it goes, if it's the wrong way, you flip 2 of the leads, and you do that on both sides. You can also program to run the motor the other way through programming. But if you do that, you'll have to be able to unplug the ESC cable. So let's just see real quick if that's going to work. So you plug these in. This thing's going to tuck into this cavity, let's say. It does look like that wire may be long enough to reach out of the wing. So it'll be accessible still, okay, from inside the aircraft. That's important.
Okay.
If that was inaccessible, you wouldn't be able to program the left and the right separately. Okay?
Okay.
That's good. All right, so now that we've established all those answers, now we need to glue this. So they're saying glue the face first, right?
Like this inside?
Yep.
Yes. That's what they're saying.
This is gonna suck to hold this together.
Yeah.
I don't think there's gonna be like a real super easy way to do it, because if you tape on the surface, you're gonna screw up your paint.
Yeah. Are you formulating a plan while you're gluing over there?
I'm mindlessly gluing.
Okay.
This is what instructions are for, Dynam, if you're listening. It's okay. They say experience level 2, so you should... That's more than 1, but less than 3.
Assembly experience level 6, flying level 2.
Whatever. This is still so much easier than back in the day when I was a kid. Back when I was a kid.
Jeez, how old are you?
Oh, I dripped. I dripped on the ground. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold these together and squish them. And squish them, and squish them, and squish them, and squish them. Grab that wire, please, put it up on top. Thank you, just drop it right there so it's not in the joint. Perfect. You see those 2 drips there, camera crew?
No.
Oh, I don't wanna waste that wonderful
me to get the glue?
juice. What?
Do you want me to get the glue drips?
I want to clean up the glue drips myself. Just hold that if it wants to fall, which it will probably momentarily. I just want to get the glue drips off of here. Because as soon as I set this down on top of there, it's going to make a humongous fiasco of a mess. All right, so now that we have those together, let's think about this logically for a minute. We can tape the top because the top is not going to be seen, okay? So if I'm going to drip, I'm doing it in the correct position.
True.
Now I'm going to tape the top.
Okay.
Okay, why am I taping it when I'm going to be putting it together more permanently in just mere seconds? Because I want it to look good. So in order to tape this, I think I'm going to use, okay, this is in fact going to be hidden, so we don't really care. It's okay, just leave it. It'd be better if it cooked for a minute, but I just don't see things going well if I do anything else. This is all hidden, so this is not super critical. Okay, so that's going to hold there. Yes, I'm taping on top of a painted surface. I realize what you're saying as you scream through the TV at me or the computer monitor. It doesn't really matter because this is going to be hidden and it's only temporary. This is just holding it while the glue sets up, okay? Well, I was all worried about this, and now it's actually gone fairly easy. It's because we had such a good plan.
None of the above are true.
Okay, All right, you got me.
And do know that if you have to pull tape off of a painted
It's
foam
taking
plate,
the
you're going
paint
to take
off.
the paint off.
Absolutely.
So just be aware.
100%. Why am I worrying about cutting this?
Know. I know.
I do that because I don't want the little riffled edge.
Riffles are, that's
It's
probably
not necessary.
tape.
It's not helpful.
What, the riffles aren't helpful?
No. I'm just doing a lot of pieces of tape because it makes me feel better. It's like comfort tape. It's my comfort tape. Okay? So if the glue fails, I've at least got the tape.
No wonder we're always out of tape.
See this? Here we go. Nice. Got a little fun juice on my hands. It's awkward. So now that we've got that done, I can probably tape back here too, one piece. There's a hole in the back too, and that hole is to receive the plug. Yep.
In the back, yeah.
Yep. So we'll just tape this up. All right, so that's basically holding the wing together. It would have been kind of cool if they would have just suggested that you tape it and then put the glue on and then fold it and then hold it like that. Because that would have been pretty easy. So good thing you're watching this video. Okay. I shouldn't beat up the instruction manuals because, you know, if you really get right down to it, it is kind of hard to make an instruction manual for such a simple thing. Okay, so that's going to go there. And that's going to get glued a lot. Once that's in there, can you grab that thing for me, camera crew? Thank you. So you see, that's going to get glued on that spot, on this spot here. So I'm going to start gluing this. Hey, what are you pointing the camera when you're not paying attention there?
I don't know if you're supposed to put that on there yet. Remove the tape. Is there tape on there somewhere?
There's no tape on there.
Okay.
I'm going to have to get another Q-tip here pretty quick.
You may get one.
Yeah, might as well.
Gluing.
I'm not gluing yet. I'm just getting this tacked up so it's ready to go. Because this has to go onto that spot. These wires, I already know where the wires are going to go, so we're okay.
Okay.
We can glue this. Now, why do I know that? Because I know how these wires are going to work now. So as long as I get the ESCs in there, then we should be good. Because look, this can pass through now. Okay. Oh, come on, get in there. They're catching on every conceivable obstruction. Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to tape this, but if I tape this, then I'm gonna screw up the finish. So I have to tape it in such a spot that it's gonna be unseen from above, okay? So you see, I'm gonna hold that tight and then I'm gonna tape it right here, okay? Just to give me something to hold it together. You see, just like that. You see, that's kind of crappy looking, but it's gonna hold it. All right, so now I need to get this thing slathered up and dropped in. Guys, you may have to buy some glue for this.
Yeah.
Because like there ain't no way you're gonna get all this glued together with two tubes. They're like, oh, we'll give them extra, what are they gonna give us extra? Extra spinners. 3 bottles short of glue. Okay, 2 extra spinners for you. It's like, guys, we're gonna probably need the glue no matter what.
Before you need extra spinners.
All right, so we've got that glue in there, thick. Now I'm gonna put this in and I'm just gonna have to spread it from the top, unfortunately. Jeez, that's gonna just not give us any contact at all, is it? See what I'm doing now? I'm having to lift up the wing pretty severely to get that to work.
Should we block up? Okay, yeah.
Just until such a time as it's all glued, okay? So now we need the motors and ESCs plugged in. Remember, this is still gonna be accessible here. Just the wires aren't going to be accessible. Okay, so this will be accessible, so you can switch them still. Does it say what direction they go?
Connect the wires as shown. Wait, hold on. It does.
It doesn't. It doesn't know, Megan. I promise,
It doesn't?
camera crew. I promise you, it doesn't. They don't know. They don't know.
It says black, blue in the middle, red.
Okay, why don't you look at the way I did it? It's a crapshoot. I'm just telling you guys on camera right now. It's a crapshoot. They don't know. It would be cool if you could know.
I think they should probably be switched, like, because the way that the way it's written is like black, blue, red, that way. But you've done this a few more times than I have.
Well,
so.
okay, so you're suggesting it's like this. So, I mean, I'll just do this if it makes you happy. Because it doesn't really change anything. They're going to still have to be flipped, I guarantee you.
Okay.
Okay? Because they don't know. I guarantee you they didn't hook this up or it would not be in a bag. Okay, so how is this supposed to reach? This needs to go through and this needs to go through that hole or the other hole. It doesn't really matter which hole it comes out as long as you can get them through. Okay. Okay, then this thing goes through here. That's going to be to energize the ESCs. Was that my extra one that you got for me?
Yeah.
Okay. How the heck are you supposed to reach these in there? Does the directions say anything about that?
No.
They don't. Of course. Why would they?
They, look at this little tiny picture, show it kind of like sideways where my thumb is. That's like the only picture.
Okay, so like this.
Yeah.
Probably. Okay. Yeah, that's
Is your little
what
cover,
I was afraid of.
Is your little cover gonna go on?
That's, yeah. That's, I gotta get the wires straight first.
Okay.
Then we can see if the cover, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I gotta try to get these wires going down the channel first. Oh, this is a pain, guys. This is now twice that we've done a Dynam plane and ran into a stupid situation. It's not like that hard though. It's just annoying. I don't want to have to deal with all this junk. Like, I want this stuff to be done when it comes out of the box. Mm-hmm. Is that so much to ask?
Apparently.
Like, this is not, I want somebody with like little hands that's really good at this to do it.
That does it all day long.
Yes.
Knows exactly where
That
it's supposed
person.
to go.
I want them to do it. Well, it's not, I mean, again, it's not like it's really that hard. It's just frustrating. It's like all the annoying steps that you don't really want to have to do. See that? By the way, this is supposed to slide up in there, I think. Can you get the drawing? Is it way over there? Okay, so yeah, it doesn't, the black and white pictures quality sucks. So your guess is as good as mine, guys. Did this go backward? Did I do this backward? No, that's
No,
got to be the right way.
That's gotta be right.
Because the magnets.
Yeah.
So now I'm fighting with these wires. These are the winding wires. And you do have to be quite careful because if you break those, you're screwed. Which is where I started on the Grand Cruiser. It's all right. I still like that plane. I just don't want to build it again. See that? It doesn't quite make it up there. It's like there's supposed to be a notch in that. How much is the what?
How much further is it supposed to go?
Well, you gotta get it in there. See? Like, don't you suppose that notch is supposed to go tied up to that?
I mean, it doesn't on the other pieces.
I think it's supposed to. And they just didn't cut a notch in either this or the cowling. Well, that doesn't really look that bad.
No, I mean, it's...
This looks like crap, but that would be better if I just pushed it down, you know, like this.
Right.
That would at least get me enough clearance. Okay, so you see this, guys? That sucks. That's not okay. That might be okay, though. You see the problem? What do you see this? It's when I try to put this down, is there going to be a clearance from this little opening? I don't know yet, but we're about to find out. You know what I want? I want like 10 more things to put over here in the way. All right, so this thing, these go forward, okay? Mm-hmm. It's not gonna go. See where the wires are? There's no way. Because when I put that down, the ESC is gonna be there.
Right. All right, if I pull this cap off, I mean, if I go further away from the motor, then that just exacerbates the problem. This has to be all the way forward, okay? So if this was any other ESC, this would be totally fine, because these are soldered directly to the board. Typically, there's a lead attached, and then you can manipulate and reposition them exactly as necessary. Well, in this case, you don't have that flexibility. Well, plus, the leads are like exactly the length you need to get the job done. They needed to be like another ½ inch longer so that you can rotate stuff. Will it go flat? That's too wide.
Even if it did, I think we're gonna have another problem. See, because the flat is what we need for this axis, but then the vertical is what we need for that.
Right.
All right, let's just do it the Chinese way. I don't like it any more than you, but that's the way it's got to be.
I agree.
I don't really understand how we're supposed to do it otherwise, though.
I don't think it'll...
I'm just afraid it's gonna break.
I know.
Like the Grand Cruiser was when I started.
Maybe that explains why it was broken.
Because the Chinese guy got really pissed off and pushed it in there. Like I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
But it's, I mean, I'm not sure there's a lot of other choice.
There's a choice. There's a choice for you. Little nip and tuck, eh? Those capacitors, I'm pushing hard against them, and I just hate doing that. I know better than to like do any of the things I just did, and yet it's the only way to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay. The magnets do feel happier there. Okay, the leads definitely feel happier now that they're in place. They're probably a little pissed at me because I've been pushing hard on the solder joint here, which we already know that these things are prone to not being happy about. See this glue coming out? It's eating the paint. See this? See that? So you want to be aware of that as you're working. If you're going to get that all over yourself, you might as well at least know ahead of time it's going to happen. Okay, so that's really frustrating, but I don't know that there's a better way to do it, honestly. I don't think there is. When that drops down in there, got to get that under the count and then push it forward. Okay, I guess that's the way it goes.
Do you think that's going to give you enough space now?
I don't know. Probably, maybe, sort of, but
Okay.
not really. Is that clear?
Definitive, for sure.
Okay. So now this one, I have to kind of try to do the same thing. Oh, I hate doing this stuff because this is not the way that you should have to do this. This is too short. This whole assembly is too short. See this? Mm-hmm. See how I'm pulling, it's on this side now, but it needs to be on that side. Okay. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Hope I don't weaken it so much that I'd lose my magnetic clasp. Okay, cutting. Where was that step in the instruction manual?
That's step 25.
The one that doesn't exist?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to work this under. Oh, that feels so nasty.
That looked better.
It didn't feel better because I could feel it tugging on the boards inside of the seat shrink. But what else are you supposed to do? You gotta get it in there somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's hope it works. Nothing I like more in the assembly process than those words slipping out of my mouth. Okay. Glue keeps getting on me. Okay, so now that we're done with that super convenient step, we technically can glue this thing together because we have access to the aileron plugs and I'm just putting them flat, so like make sure there's no twists in them because it'll be a huge pain in the neck to fix a twist after this step, okay? I got a twist in this wire. See what I mean by a twist is I want them to go flat like this and then line up flat. See, that'll make it a lot easier to control and manipulate the wires, okay? And then same thing here, make sure they're flat. Okay, awesome, they are. Then this can be pulled through neatly. Okay, so that's pulled through nice and neat. I'm gonna actually tape them both because there's no sense in fighting them until the end of time. I just as soon have them pulled tight because then the excess that comes through the wing, God forbid we need to actually get to them, we can get to them, okay? So I taped it, then I pulled it tight. Same thing here, except I'm gonna pull this one tight first. See how I'm pulling it tight? And I'm just taping it in like that, okay? Well, so far this wing feels a whole lot more sturdy than that PT-17 top wing. But see, we aren't gonna have any stringers holding it together.
Right.
That PT-17 had those things putting a lot of pressure on everything when it was all done to hold it in position. You want to show them over my right shoulder so they can actually see what's going on. Right here. See this? This is what I'm fighting now. See how the red wire, trying to get that to feed down in there, and I'm trying to get the black wire and the red wire. See this one, I've got a little extra on it. So I'm just kind of walking that down. For practical purposes, the excess can be over here, but there should be at least that much excess on all of these leads. That's the problem is I had to pull so hard on everything that it's possible that there's damage in there. And I'm hoping there's not, but what are you gonna do if there is? Like, you've got to get it to fit. Okay. Yep, I'm just gonna throw some tape there to make me feel better. I'm gonna take a little teeny bit of tape here and just throw some tape to make me feel better, okay? All right, yay, everything's together. That was horrible as I expected it to be. Okay, so this thing is tacked up nicely. So now when I pull up on the wing, which is actually down on the wing, it's got really pretty good contact on that carbon fiber spar. So now the really scary and fun part. I've already glued the other side a little bit, so I'm just gonna put a little bit of fresh glue on here for which to spread. And this is where you're gonna be really annoyed if you're not having a spare tube of glue, because I think I'm gonna probably need to get another tube out.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have one more over there on the decal sheet.
Well,
Should I grab that?
Yeah, go ahead and grab that while I'm spreading. This isn't anything too fantastic. Just kind of spreading it on the whole surface area of the spar. I want to open that, and I think I just need to do a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah.
If you guys have extra glue, you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying it's like so grossly, there's a lot less than I think I should have had. Because we would have been out now. Like that would have been the last of it. So if you were super careful, you might have been okay.
But that's not really the place to be sparing.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like you're gonna know how much you need until you're done. So you probably should have included more. That's all right. I mean, now that you know, you have no excuses.
Is this the end of the gluing? We don't know.
I gotta put that thing on.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm doing though. I mean, I'm gluing this.
Well, and you already put a little bit of glue on that piece, on the joiner piece.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm just covering every of the contact areas that I can get to that I think will be needing glue. And yes, that's right. I do have tape here, which means I'm going to defeat that little teeny spot from having glue on it, which sucks, but you know, it is what it is.
You're going to fight the wires constantly if you don't have them.
No, you're going to fight the wires like crazy. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, then this face. Only on the top now. I didn't really mean for it to go down there, but that's okay. Not gonna really hurt anything. Just kind of wasted glue there though. And you guys might, I mean, seeing where I ended up putting the glue and stuff, you might be able to kind of cheat now where it's most important and just give up where it's least important, the glue, and save on needing any extra. So you may not have as big a deal around the glue levels. I just remember the way our last Dynam went together, and I don't want to repeat having problems with this step because I felt like we didn't have very good bond.
When do the gear go in?
Oh, they were supposed to go in.
Now, before we put that thing on?
I just don't understand. Does it say before or after?
Apply foam glue. Yeah, then press the cover in.
Yeah, because
So
you're going to have to put
the
landing gear have to go in after, right?
No, before.
What?
Step 12 is apply the foam glue.
Are you pointing the camera at the work?
No, because you can't really see it.
What, 12?
Here's applying this thing, and then you put the cover on down here.
What?
Right?
Okay, hold on, China. Hold on, China. This is going to go in here, right? This is magnetic. Okay, so that can come out at any point. Where does that go? Oh, are you kidding me?
Does it have to go under the ESC?
Oh, it does. When were we supposed to put the ESCs in?
Step 14. Step 13 is the gear.
Okay. Well, this is going to be fun. This already sucked the first time. I knew this wing was going to be a pain in the butt as soon as I picked it up and I saw the steps because I knew we were going to be overlapping for a lot of these steps. So here's what I'm going to do. Luckily, I can just lift up the ESC because it's got those wires that unplug. Then I'm just going to goop the crap out of this right here. 1, 2, 3, and a little bit on top. And then you're supposed to glue this presumably right away. Is that correct? I don't want to look at the instructions because I can't see in the pictures. Okay, so I'm just gluing like this. Can you? Okay, so there we go. All right, so that's glued. Lots of extra glue coming out, okay? So the extra glue is going to get used here. I'm not sure what you're filming.
You.
Okay. Okay, so I'm squishing that out. Now I'm going to take that glue and I guess I can put it on the other landing gear a little bit here just to get that on there. Okay. That's gonna all get covered up anyway, so it doesn't really matter in that spot. Okay, lay that aside. Okay. Now, I can put that in, but I'm not gonna yet because I wanna slide that in first. So this is now gonna get fed back through, and I don't care what colors they are yet. Because yes, I do care because I may need to switch them, but at least now, okay, I need to rotate this now, so this is gonna suck. See, that just sounds and feels horrible, like I'm breaking stuff. I really hope I'm wrong. Really hope I'm wrong, okay? Don't know how else you would do it, truthfully. Okay, now this goes in here somehow, magically, and then the cowl is supposed to get out of the way. Okay, fine, it's in. Yay. That was horrible and unnecessarily. I don't see why this should have been assembled. Those gear, well, see, that's the problem, is if the gear were installed, then it becomes taller.
I knew as soon as there were ESCs in a bag, it was going to be bad.
Well, it's an experience level 2, as opposed to 1. Guys, okay. Remember, that's just pressure fit, by the way. That's not glue at all. And some of you guys are screaming at the computer now saying, this isn't that hard, Brian. I know, I agree. It's not really that hard when you've been able to watch somebody else beat their head against the wall for a half an hour, 2 hours, figuring out how to do it so that you don't have to.
Well,
Then it's quite easy.
None of it is really like
that hard. It's just hard when you don't do it right. And it's hard when it doesn't quite reach. Like this harness should have been 2 inches longer, easily.
Yeah.
There should always be margins for error, and there is 0 margin for error on this.
Yeah.
You could have that harness go all the way through the wing, and you could have access on the other side. And it would cost the Chinese factory that made this an extra 13 cents per unit. Okay? Probably costs less than labor, because then they could actually do it without having problems. Okay. And this is gonna suck, because I guarantee we'll have to rewire one of these.
Yeah.
We'll have to flip at least one.
Yep. I agree. Sorry, I'm trying to show you.
Okay. That is if we haven't destroyed one.
Yeah.
Of the ESCs already, which could be. Good thing it's foam. See what happened to the magnet when I did that? The magnet twisted.
See that?
I know what else you're supposed to do. Kind of like wash my hands of it at this point. Okay. Is this an ARF or a bind and fly? This is like an ARF.
Ready to fly is not exactly what I would.
This is not a ready to fly though.
That's what it says.
No, that's the
No, it's
generic
not because
box.
it doesn't have the.
This isn't a ready to fly. This is a bind and fly.
This is a build-in.
Build and fly.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Back to where we started 27 minutes ago. I got to be honest with you guys. One thing I can say that is totally true is that when you get a Dynam, where you save on price, you will make up for in frustration. Okay? You need to be prepared to deal with some frustration. And I know this, and I should know this, and yet I continue doing it. But you just have to be aware of that. I don't want to be misleading to people because we review this stuff to show you these things, It's not because we're just trying to be difficult or unfair to these manufacturers. I mean, it's like, how else are you going to make that thing easy to install, Brian? You make your wiring harness 2 inches longer. That's how.
And the other thing is too, if you get 1 or 2 new planes a year and you have time and you like to spend the time
if you
to
like
do
this,
it, and
no
you
big
like
deal.
the plane, like, yeah, it's not a big deal, but
we're doing 70 in a year or 100 in a year, which is awesome too, by the way. It's just it's harder for me to suffer that frustration than it was back when I was doing 7 in a year or 5 in a year.
yeah, it's just different right now.
It's just different, right? Yeah. Okay, so now we have to put more glue on this so we can lay it down. Then we can drop those down in and around it.
Because those are just going in those back slots.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is going to be kind of like try to get the glue all the way down the length. Do we have another tube? I think we need another tube.
We have one more tube.
Okay. I mean, we have mucilage downstairs.
Yeah. Up here, we have one more small.
Okay. We'll just use another tube. So now we're on to our fourth, excuse me.
This will be our 5th.
This will be our 5th, but not, well, the first one was like a quarter gone.
Yeah.
So that's a lot more glue than they sent. So
Probably need at least 4 of those little tubes.
yeah, I'd say you guys need to be real sparing with your glue. And
If you don't have other glue.
If you have other glue, no big deal. Just
Yeah.
use it where you want it. I would say the glue's been fine though. It's not like low quality or anything. To be honest with you, if that wiring harness was 2 inches longer, so far I would say the assembly has been really just pretty much exactly what I expected. That harness being short was not, that's the sort of thing that's like, really, come on, get it right, people. Now that all being said and understood, if you're into model aviation, then you're used to putting up with a lot of crap because, you know, like, let's just get real. If we were building all this stuff ourselves, it would cost a lot more.
Yeah.
Are you paying attention to where the camera is? Because I can never tell if you are when you're looking at the instructions like that.
I can see what you're doing.
So I've just kind of spread it along both edges. This is already tacked up really nicely, so that hopefully will hold for us. You can see right here, show them in this crack. You see how that's lifted or fallen, whichever way you want to look at it. I'm trying to come up with kind of an idea. I'm going to let that tack for just a minute. I want to press this down so that it tacks. I want to try not to take it off with my fingertip. Okay, I'm not really worried about getting it on my fingers because it'll come off. By the way, if you get the stuff on your fingers and you want to get it off of your fingers and it's kind of annoying you, you can use accelerant, the CA accelerant or kicker. I use that all the time. It takes it off. I'm just going to stick this in here. Just stick it in. Oh, that's really sticky. Also, if it's going in too hard, you can use fresh contact cement and it will help with that, okay? Oh, it's definitely holding on. I think I waited just a little bit too long on this. It's not so much, like, it's good that it's gonna be really tacky together, but it's bad because you can't always get it in there. Then you don't actually hit the contact point. And it just feels, you can't help but feel like you're destroying your plane doing this. I felt the same way when I did the Dynam PT-17. So, camera crew, on a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10.
This is not the time to ask me these questions.
On the scale of 1 to 10, 10 being childbirth, or excuse me, 10 being childbirth, and well, 1 being childbirth, and 10 being kidney stones. How hard was that?
Oh, well, since I've had 4 kids without drugs, I'm gonna go with like a 5.
Oh, wow, that was good. So it's somewhere between a kidney stone and childbirth.
Worse than childbirth.
Drug-free
Not
childbirth.
quite as bad as kidney stones.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. And we're still technically not done.
I know.
So
You got to get this front edge in here a little bit more. if you
I'm
can.
trying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm just getting glue in these
Okay, fine.
while the glue is still setting up on the front.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let me flip it over and squish it. Man, I'm really glad I taped the front now.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine how horrible that would have been without having that front taped up? It would have been darn near impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. It would have all fallen apart.
Oh yeah,
That would
for
not have
sure.
been good.
So this up here, I've just kind of got some of this glue is kind of over the time we've been sitting here. It's been eking out. And I'm trying to keep away from playing with this because it's going to make it look ugly. This here, it doesn't want to stay down. You see? Now I'm just kind of squishing the foam, right? Luckily it's flat paint, so you don't notice really. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
If it was a shiny finish, I think you would see that more. How's
Yeah.
our cover doing? Stuck down nicely
looks
now?
fine.
That
Yeah.
worked pretty good. That was pretty bad, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I did not enjoy any aspect of that. That sucked. This plane better be good.
Hey, you're also supposed to glue that little black plug thing
What black plug thing?
that the screw goes in. It says apply foam glue on the plastic part and insert it in the main wing as shown.
Oh,
while
that
you're
thing?
gluing stuff on the bottom.
Okay,
Yeah.
good idea. So we're talking about this thing.
Yes.
That's gonna receive the screw.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So this part here, guys, is what they're
Before we
talking
run out of
about.
glue.
Now that's got an angle on it, so you want to make sure I'll dry fit it first just to show you how that goes. So when you slide that in there, see? If you do it backwards, see it's keyed on both sides. So if you get it backwards, you tried really hard. Okay, pretty simple stuff. Oops, got a chunk of glue there. Pretty heavy glue there, pretty heavy glue there. And then I'm gonna, well, it'd probably better if I can glue the sides here. And just let it run down a little bit. So camera crew,
What?
when, we take delivery of, like 3 or 4 of these planes at a time, does it just make you smile?
Well,
The Dynam planes are a lot more work, right?
they
For
are
us.
a lot more work.
But it's just like we have to kind of keep that. We have to kind of remember that, these are pretty cool planes for the money though.
Yeah.
It's just you're trading having it done for you for doing it yourself. But here's the thing, guys. I want to say this as a caveat to make this clear. Just because you're doing it yourself does not mean it's going to be done better, okay? And some of you are screaming at the screen, oh yeah, I'd do a better job than you do, Brian. I'm sure you could. But I'm just saying from a standpoint of the guys that do this, like at the factory, and they make like 70 of them in a day or 100 in a day, they're going to be better at it than you and me. And I want that guy to do it because he's going to do a better job and he'll probably make a living doing it. I just tolerate doing it,
It's kind of like childbirth for men. Like it kind of sucks while you're having to do it, but at least there's a good outcome.
Are you explaining?
Is that how it works?
Are you saying, like, is this what men say about their childbirth? Okay. So that's pushed down pretty well now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we have a big gap. The wing feels strong now. I'm not going to tempt fate and like try to bend it or anything at this point.
No.
But if we didn't tape this, we'd have been in a world of hurt,
Yeah.
guys.
I don't know how you would have done that.
That was absolutely the right move, and there was no mention of it anywhere in the instructions. So at this point, while that's setting up, it's actually kind of already done. I don't know that it has to set up a whole lot more. I'm just not sure if I need to maybe do this, like reverse, put a little backward load on it.
I know, I was wondering if we needed to put like actual blocks, like grab a couple blocks and put them under there. Just for a few minutes.
I'm not sure. Because if this were laying on its wheels, the fuse would be pushing down centrally and the wings would be neutral. I feel like it's actually pretty good for squareness and dihedral. I feel like it looks really nice. It looks beautiful. I love the way it looks right now. It's definitely got a nice flat look to it, and that's what I wanted it to look like. The one thing I can definitely say is this harness is, you know, I want to plug in a battery and see if the thing wakes up.
Before we get too much further into the process.
Exactly. I'm listening for the chime of 2 ESCs. They're both spinning, or they're both working. So that's a good sign.
Okay.
Are they both working the right way? I don't know. That's a good question for later. I really don't know, but it doesn't matter as long as they turn on. Then that's what I was after. That's what I'm concerned with.
Okay.
All right. So the next step is going to entail mounting the fuse, right? I'm assuming
so. Actually, I think we're going to actually install the props and spinners, then connect aileron and speed control wires. Please check electronic control system wiring diagram on page 9 as a reference. Page 9?
Those are pages. Open this up. Are those pages?
Maybe. I don't know. Is this your wiring diagram?
That's the wiring diagram, but I don't know if it's page 9.
Well, hopefully we did it right.
Do you want to show the people what I just did? Okay. I taped this spot where there was, I had been absent tape there. And so that's just going to hold that all in place. But I ran across through here. So it's like cut here and it's cut here so that when we feed the screw through later, it will pass through easily.
Okay.
Okay. But that's just going to hold everything in there as the glue sets up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this technically can just set off to the side for the moment. You're saying we're supposed to install the spinners and everything?
Yeah.
All right. Well, if that's true, then we have to test the throttle settings. So in order to test the throttle settings, I guess in this case, I will use this. Do you know what size battery we're supposed to be using? It's 3S, right?
Uh, 2200 15C lipo.
A 15C? Or are you sure it's not?
15C. That'd be 15.
Huh. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not a very demanding lipo then.
It doesn't say.
15C. That's very low.
11.1 volts.
11.1 volts. That I can work with. That's a 3S battery.
Okay.
Okay, so this part is the part where, do they talk about how the props go together?
No. Install the propellers is the stated direction.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well that's convenient. Okay, so we have a reverse and a forward. Let's identify those quick. So this one is reverse, and this one is reverse, and these ones are regular, and these ones are regular. So the regular is going to spin when looking at it from the front of the plane. It's going to be going counterclockwise. So counterclockwise will be that'd be this one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
like the correct one, the standard one.
Then this one's going to go like that.
Yep.
So that's going to be that one. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we have those. So what I'm going to do is I want to hook up my servo tester, okay? This is a servo tester. It's gonna be plugged into a 3S pack, not that it really matters on that case, okay? I don't even care if this is full or not. It really doesn't matter for what we're doing here. So now this test, just in case there's glue, sorry.
That's okay. I don't.
Camera crew.
I'll figure out where to be in a second.
Thank you. We have to plug into our ESCs, which is the longer one in this case, to the servo output. Looks like negative is over here. Okay, so this is negative. All right. Then I need to power the actual ESCs. You'll notice I'm plugging in an IC3 to an XT60. Okay. So now, this is going to be just like a regular servo test. Press the button, servo test. I think it's this one. Okay, so they're both armed. They're both armed. Okay, I think I know what's going wrong. Okay. They're still spinning. I'm going to re-energize them. I need to calibrate the ESCs. This came off and this came off because just the direction that the motors are spinning, okay? So I'm just gonna, for safety's sake, I'm gonna take them off and I'm gonna put them back where they belong, okay?
Okay.
So this is gonna be a little bit tricky. This would be a lot easier if I had the receiver set up, okay? Now it's half speed, full speed, half speed, off. Or you can go like this and like that. But you'll notice they're still running. This one's spinning that way. This one's spinning that way. Okay?
So they're both spinning the same way currently.
Yep. So this one, whoops. It's going like that. Okay, let me pick up my nut. Did you see where it went by chance?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't come back yet.
Oh, I already did. Sorry.
All right, so this one is spinning this way, and this one is also spinning that way. So the choice is you can run two regular props, but I want to make this one go the other way so that I can run the reverse and the regular, and they'll go like this, okay? So I'm just remembering, because I don't want to have to do this twice. I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to open this, which means I need to kind of fiddle around the foam to get that out of there. And I need to switch two of those servos, okay? Now, because this is energized, it probably would behoove me to unplug the power, which I just did, and to unplug the receiver, which I just did. Any two of those wires can be switched. It doesn't matter which two, they just need to be switched. Okay, for this application, it'd be really nice if you had forceps, but I'm gonna go ahead and use pliers, okay? Needle nose pliers will work fine. I'm hanging on to it and just pulling back, okay? Keep in mind, these wires are not super easy to move because they are motor leads, so they're winding wires. They're not like silicone wires or, you know, like speaker cables or something. The motor windings are not something you want to move a bunch of times because they'll get hysteresis and break like a paper clip. That's where you bend it and it stays in that shape, okay? See that? See, yeah, that's what I mean by hysteresis. Grab back here, slide it in carefully, okay? Then I'm gonna grab back here. I'm gonna get it lined up and slide it in carefully. So now that will rotate the direction that the motor is spinning, or it will flip the direction the motor is spinning, is a better way of communicating that. And that cowl can go up and around. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we're gonna test it again.
Never mind. You got it.
Okay, plug that in. Then we'll go ahead and get this going. So that's plugged in. So then we'll go back into my 1520 microsecond test. Okay, so it should be armed. Okay. Now they're armed. And they're calibrated too. Okay. So now I'm going to see if they're spinning the right direction at the lowest speed I can test at. That one's going this way. And that one's going this way, okay? So that's what I want. So I'm going to stop it. So now this is the part where if you don't want to chop your fingers off, you unplug everything, okay? And I am going to be installing the props now, which is a little bit on the scary side. Okay, guys, look at this. This just slipped off, no big deal, but I just wanted to show you that can be removed, okay? That solder joint looks all right. This one looks a little bit better, see? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's snapped. All right, good. So the next step for us is to get the props mounted. The instruction manual, of course, doesn't mention anything about exactly how to do that. This one's going to be here, correct? So what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of glue on here when we're done as thread locker, because I don't want this to come off. Do you feel like that's a pretty good angle there? I have a hard time telling.
Yeah, I just want to be able to see all your pieces when you put them on.
Oh, you know what I need?
What?
I'm trying to loosen it, but that's reverse threaded. So I keep running it backward. That's why I'm tightening. I should be going as though I'm trying to loosen. God, it's so awkward. That's so weird. No, I need to tighten it. I need to tighten it to take it off. It's so weird. You get made up in your mind that you're on a reverse.
I know.
Okay, so we'll let that down here. There's two washers here, okay? I'm not sure why there's two. Sorry. Then this thing's gonna go on at the end, okay? I have to assume a washer's probably gonna go on the end. You see this has a nut on either side, okay? So I'm gonna run this nut backward. You see how I'm having to loosen it to tighten it?
Yep.
Which is just weird. I don't know if this goes on behind or in front yet. Okay, so I feel like that might actually work, but I'm just sort of torn because technically I could actually put that all the way down on the motor. I wanna see how that fits.
Yeah.
You see what I'm doing here? So now remember, this motor is going to spin this way. So is that going to tighten itself as it goes? I think so. Isn't that going to loosen itself as it goes now? That's going to loosen itself as it goes. Isn't it?
I don't know. That's not the way my brain works. That's why you do this stuff.
Okay, so if I go this way, then it's tied up against the cowl, which is kind of cool. But I'm just not sure that I'm going to be able to thread this all the way back there like that. So I want to see how far I can go with it.
Yeah.
Because you remember we had problems with our Grand Cruiser because the instructions were, okay, see, I'm getting closer to being bottomed out than, this is the test that's going to tell us the answer. See, that's bottomed out. I don't think it's going to look any better.
You gotta have something behind it.
Yeah, exactly. So in that case, that means the nut goes first. The nut goes first. Oh, man.
Backwards.
Thank you. That's just so weird and second.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm going to slide this on. And I'm going to torque it down with the prop. Okay, so that's all the way torqued as much as I can conservatively get it there. And then how the heck am I going to do this? Do I go ahead and run these back here and then run another nut to positionally hold that? Like this?
But does it have to sit onto the...
And then that jams the surface? Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah, well, it's going to get jammed either direction. Either it's jammed on the front or jammed on the back. But see, if we do it this way, then we tighten this on and it jams it, right? Oh, that's so obnoxious.
But you have another nut, right? Where's the other nut supposed to go?
Well, maybe it's supposed to be a jam nut on the back. Is there enough depth in this to hold two? Okay, let's try this.
Are those nuts the same size?
Yes. Okay. All right, guys, cringe-worthy moment.
Oh, man.
I know. I don't like doing it either. But I want to make sure these things don't come off because we had problems with it on the Grand Cruiser. And this will most definitely make it not come off easily. It can still come off, but it'll just be a lot harder. So I'm spreading that all through the threads. Okay. So now that back nut is into the end where it's not threaded anymore, okay? So I'm going to hold the motor and just torque that until it's square. There's two nuts there. Now my hope is there's enough depth to where I can drop this onto both. Yeah, that went pretty good. So that's got to be the way it goes. Now there's two washers here, so I'm not sure why there's two washers. Unless that's supposed to be a spare. I guess I'm going to put two washers on there. So now this is going to act as another jam nut then. To jam nut those other two nuts. And yes, you're darn tootin', I'm going to put glue on there. Why would I not put glue on there? Oh, it's so awkward. It's so awkward. I have to loosen to tighten. I hope that doesn't look totally ridiculous. Tighten it really good though. Now that's going to go like this and pull forward.
Okay.
Now this side has lock nuts. Okay, so the lock nuts are significantly harder to use. But they're going the correct direction. They're just normal. So once I loosen this, then I'm going to actually install the prop on the back nut, okay? Camera crew, can you grab the other prop for me while I'm going to loosen this? Mm-hmm. Just lay them next to the cutters. Thank you. So I've got this one off, so that's not going to be jammed at all until I put this thing. That's going to be the jam nut. I just don't know if I'm real thrilled about that concept. So I'm going to do what all untrusting people do. I'm going to put glue in the threads. Yes, I know that seems totally ridiculous, even to me. But I don't I don't want to get burned on this because we kind of had a little bit of an issue with our Grand Cruiser props. I'm just hoping this one just behaves a little bit better.
Yeah. Me too.
Because it is the exact same assembly from what I can tell. Because I remember being quite befuddled about that assembly too. And no, you cannot put these nuts over there because those are reverse threaded and these are not.
Yep.
But Brian, just turn it the other way. No, it's not the way it works. They're cut into the machine opposite. So, nope, you can't do that. All right, so that's on there now. So now this is going to fall back on there. And yes, the direction of print should be going forward if it's a tractor style configuration, meaning that it's pulling the plane. What?
Are you putting the other nut on?
No.
No.
No, you can't do both. They're too deep then.
Okay.
That's why this is so weird, because these nuts are not the same.
Right.
So like, how are you ever going to make them exactly the same, right? Okay. Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why it's frustrating. Because the instructions could indicate these things, but they don't. Okay, here we go. Then hold the prop and spin vigorously.
Sure, it's not using the other nut.
In. It's gonna be pretty cool when it runs. Yeah, I'm just, like, we just have a spare nut. Some extra glue too.
Hey, when I have extra nuts.
Never know. So we'll keep that for later too. I don't want to lose that. All right, so the next step, of course, is going to be to do what exactly? Do we need to test this, or do we just put it together? I'm pretty confident in our...
Okay, install propellers, install spinners, then connect aileron speed control wires.
To the fuse.
Yep, and then fix the wing on with a plastic screw.
Okay.
Apply the foam glue on the canopy.
Well, evidently we didn't. What?
Apply the foam glue on the canopy. But isn't that where the battery goes in?
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Check the stabilizer is central level and square the fuselage. Check the fin is vertical and press.
What about the tail? What about the tail wheel?
Tail plane and press firmly in place.
So we never
Tail
actually
wheel.
put the tail wheel
Who
on.
needs a tail wheel?
Did we talk about that somewhere?
No.
How about we do that?
Now?
Let's do that.
Okay.
I feel like now's a better time.
Sure.
Okay, here's the tail wheel. There's already a set screw in here, okay? So the tail wheel is going to drop down into this assembly here. And there's a set screw. And look, here's an Allen wrench. So you can break this free by twisting it. And then let that drop down eventually. Oh, it's already in there.
This is also step 25 of 24.
Mm-hmm. You see that plastic moving around down there? It's pretty comforting.
Nope.
You see what I'm talking about, guys?
Yeah. You have some glue left?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do have glue left.
also
Well, you know what? Before we do that, let's make sure.
Is that right?
Okay, so that's going this way. Oh, man. I am moving this with my thumb, okay? Yes, that's going to pull the rudder toward me. That's going to push the rudder away from me. It is going the correct direction.
Okay.
So, in order to make adjustments, you can simply loosen that screw, that set screw, and do your adjustments. I'm actually not 100% sure if it's wise to actually glue that or not.
Maybe it's not supposed to be?
Right. I think it's supposed to be glued, it just isn't.
I would think it should be glued, but what do we know?
Yeah, what do we know? What do we know? Let's loosen this. We are quite gluttons for punishment. We should change the channel
We
name.
are.
RC Gluttons for Punishment.
RC.
Oh my good lordy lord. That thing does not want to let me just loosen it. Camera crew.
Yeah.
Will you turn this
This?
when I tell you?
Which way?
You're loosening. Loosen. No, that's not right. This is one of those times where you're like, I just need 10 hands. I didn't realize it was going to be so tight. Okay, got it broke free.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you open that up, then this linkage can go into it, okay? Okay, so once that's in there, then whatever direction, see I want this servo to be centered. Can you maybe give a shot of what the servo looks like centered? So I've got it centered just by hand. It'd be better to do that with the radio, but obviously we're not going to do that. Okay, so now that that's centered, now I need that tool that's way on the other end of the shelf. We have them right there. The ones from Tom would work. I'm going to tighten this set screw. So that's torqued down really tight. That would have been way too easy. Nope. Nope. Ha. Nope. Maybe. Yes. So now I just want to line that up roughly. Wait, what the heck happened there? That's going to be kind of awkward. Okay, so you see how that's sort of square with the position of the rudder? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it even. Not necessarily perfect, but even. You hear that? Mm-hmm. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
I've heard that noise before.
Oh, you have?
Yep. Show them inside here. You see inside here where this linkage is? Okay. As the servo moves, that wire is supposed to be passing through, and it is, but yet this thing is allowed to move free. And you hear that noise? There's probably a little bit of glue that's on that shaft, which is extremely difficult to get off of there. So hopefully we won't have problems with that. We'll find out. We have it pretty close to square though.
Yeah.
So I think at this point we're probably going to be wise to maybe not glue this, because if we have to unscrew this and take that assembly out, because you can bite onto the linkage in there. Okay. So we're going to leave that off for now. All right. So the next step is to probably put the wing together, or actually, why don't we try to put, let's try to put, thank you. Let's try to put the elevator control arm through here. Oh, that's going to be fun. See?
How are you going to do that?
By doing this.
That's what I was afraid of.
Well, you don't need to be afraid of it. You just got to do it. Okay.
Doesn't seem like the best design.
That's the way it goes. I've seen this many times though. This part, this isn't a big deal. It's not like the ESC length of the wires on the ESCs. Okay, so now I'm going to move the elevator servo forward. to the extent that I can then move the elevator into a position where I can try to get that lined up with the hole. And then I'm going to allow things to kind of rotate back. Okay, now I'm going to grab this and spin it slightly. Okay, now that I spun it, it's allowed to slip on to the shaft. Okay, now I'm going to put the elevator servo back to the center position, which is about here, I'd say, about centered. Now back here, I'm going to tighten this screw. Okay, so that's tight. You'll also notice that this linkage is very obviously going to hit the frame when it goes back, okay?
Yeah.
So the options become pretty simple. You don't want to lose all your mechanical trimming capability, but you can't allow for that. You can't let that stand. It's got to be adjusted. Okay, so the easiest way to adjust this is to bend it, okay? You're like, but Brian, you just bent it at a weird angle.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right, because look. Okay. See? So it's gonna free. It's gonna miss. That's all we care about, is that it's just gonna miss. Okay, these two wires have been annoying me since the beginning. See this? These two wires are gonna get a half a twist, and then they're gonna get tucked under. And they're gonna stay put, otherwise I'm gonna tape them if they're not careful. They're just annoying me. Okay, so then this thing, obviously at some point we're gonna have to glue that to keep that positionally right. Like I said, I'm just concerned we're not gonna be able to do anything about it now because we got everything glued on the top. So might as well just glue it.
Say.
Yeah, because the adjustment was available from the other side, not from this side. Okay, so I'm just trying not to go totally crazy. Do we have another Q-tip?
Yeah.
Well, I've got this thing. Oh, yes. Pays to have Q-tips.
Keep them in their kitchen.
Well, you never know when you're going to need to glue together a plane or clean your ears.
Gross.
I know. It's gross. Okay, glued and stuck. That's cool how it doesn't quite reach the bottom there. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, so now I'm gonna tape that because that's what I feel like doing right now. I want it taped because I don't want it to come undone. And I don't want to fight it. Okay. And this is, at this point, this is just like I just want it done. I'm just sick of fighting it. So I'm just gonna tape it like that and let it hold in position. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I need 2 pieces of tape. I think that'll be enough to get the job done. Okay. And then you'll notice that back here, our glue joint, you might have to come back and compress that a couple of times as the glue kind of sets up. All right, so the elevator and rudder are both attached. The rudder linkage just makes me quite nervous. Look what I'm doing here. I'm gonna grab this whole assembly and twist it so it straightens. Did you see how that straightened? Okay.
Okay. Sure.
All right, so these are all centered-ish. Now it's time to join the wings together with the fuse, right?
Yeah.
Now that we don't have to glue, right? That's just screwed on with one big plastic screw.
Correct.
Okay, so the big plastic screw is here. Do we want to put decals on first? No, we don't.
What's harder? Let's do that.
Okay, so this is the ailerons, and these are the throttle lines. And then, of course, this is for the battery.
Yep.
So throttle is going to be first, because that's what I have my hands on at the moment. Throttle is going to be here. They have chosen channel 3 for throttle. You can tell which direction to plug it in based on the way the others are plugged in, okay? But then this is probably labeled somewhere. I just don't see it real readily. Then the ailerons, of course, are going to go to the first channel in this case. Okay. So now everything is plugged in. I don't want to fight those stupid leads anymore because those are going to get up there and cause all sorts of grief. I can guarantee you that that's going to be an issue at some point. So I'm going to be proactive and use my hot glue gun because I'm at my wit's end with this stupid wire. Okay, so you see this, guys? I'm just going to put a little bit of hot glue there. I'm just going to stuff this down in it. Now, obviously, that hot glue is not going to last. You can pull your wires out if you decide you want to get to them later. Just something to hold it. Okay, that should keep those wires from coming up into the servo. Okay, so just holding it, holding it. All right, so now on the other end of the spectrum, we've got these wires, which are going to be for the ESCs and ailerons, respectively. And then this one we want to feed up to the front. What was that I was just saying about wit's end? So, just right there. If I can just get that one to slide in. Of course, the leads are all trying to go into a spot where they can't fit. Pull the canopy up, forward. Oh, there we go. Hey, that's surprisingly good fit. Totally didn't expect that. See if we can use the Chinese screwdriver.
If you had some glue left over.
That one's not going to give us problems.
Yeah.
Those ones are always good. Which is funny because that would be a reasonable concern to have, but I've never had one give me a problem, ever. Okay, so without further ado, she is basically put together. So I think at this point, we'll just get things cleaned up and possibly reset for the radio setup. And, well, we're going to have to do decals and center of gravity. But for now, I mean, that was extremely frustrating. That was way more work than it should have been. And that thing is really pretty. But I'm annoyed that it was so much work. That shouldn't have been so much work. And by the way, do we have windows? Yes, we do.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, these are small squares here.
Okay, good. Squares.
Yep.
Because I was going to say, those windows are going to need to be, they're going to need to be on there.
Yeah, they are.
That does look pretty good, though. I'm actually quite excited about it.
It's cool.
I hope the wings are stronger. They feel like they're stronger than they were on the
yeah. The
Grand
C-17? Oh, the Grand Cruiser?
The Grand Cruiser seemed to have really weak wings.
Oh.
So I'm excited to see it. I like this size class of planes, guys. 1.3 meters, 1.2 meters. Those planes are some of the best to have around because I'm 6 foot tall. They're just easier to store and they get around easier if you have to transport them. So I just hope it flies good. Oh, and by the way, I haven't mentioned it yet, so I'll just save it for the radio setup. Come back for more, guys. We're almost done. Coming right now. Magically, we paused and the decals were applied. Okay, so basically the decals, a couple of highlights, because honestly, putting decals on is not rocket science. First of all, they don't really tell you where stuff goes. These are supposed to go lengthwise, not vertical. I did vertical here and I did lengthwise here, and they look better lengthwise. These windows do not fill the hole very good, so just center them in the opening, okay? The T9 smaller goes on this side, the T9 bigger goes on this side. Be prepared to cut, obviously, so you can get into the canopy. This door goes here, do not apply it, it's ugly as sin. This door goes here, do not apply it, it's also ugly as sin and doesn't quite line up properly. They look stupid, so just don't apply them, they look better without. The stars and bars are questionable.
Because there is a little like molded spot, so you can see
Yeah,
where the door
you can
like,
see
would
where the
be.
door was, and the door looked really nice in the molding. Obviously, I chose not to put the Dynam sticker on there. No offense, Dynam, it's ugly.
I think the stars and bars are fine.
She thinks the stars and bars are fine.
But I'm a girl.
I think that they're not opaque enough.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, on that one, I see what you're
So
saying.
you may actually find that you don't want to do stars and bars. Plus, on this type of plane, I think at the time in history, they were doing stars and bars. It might have been black and white. I'm not sure. Anyway, the point is, this plane is pretty looking anyway. These were a lot easier than I thought they would be to apply, but I still managed to not get them exactly symmetrical front to back. There is a bit of a trick to it, and the trick to it is that the way that they're cut like this, they have like a little angle at the end. That angle is the center of the wing. Do the bottom first, do the top second. That'd be my recommendation. This is what it looks like if you do the top second, or excuse me, the top first. So you end up with that overlap. If you're gonna hide the overlap issues, see, I was more particular about this one. Plus, when you trim them, just plan on having to straighten those up. This is what happened with the glue that seeped out. Otherwise, this is held down nicely. So it looks good. I think it's actually quite pretty. I was very concerned because that was a horrible assembly. The wing was horrible. It was not fun. So that being said, oh, and then this antenna was just easy as easy gets, and it's cool looking. So I really like that. I don't think it's gonna last long though. So now, in looking at the CG, we went ahead and marked the CG because it was kind of like in the space of the decal, 60 to 65 millimeters, right there and right there. So it's from the leading edge. And what we found was, of course, you have to open up the canopy. It lifts up and then pulls out. There's two magnets on the nose, okay? There's your XT60 plug that we had been working on the wing. It's not very long, so you need to be aware of that. That's kind of a pain. They recommend 2200 3S with at least 15C. This year's 30C, okay? But we found that to get the CG right, a 4000 actually worked pretty good. This also fills the hole just a little bit better. So that being said, if you want to try to use a smaller pack and put a little bit of nose weight in here, you can. There is a little bit of a pocket between these magnets, but that's designed for this. So my recommendation is use the bigger pack because there's no sense in having dead weight in there. The only advantage is that you can have less dead weight than there is additional weight from this. And your all up weight could be better. If you drilled a hole and put some lead up there or something, you could actually balance this out a little bit better. Now that being said, this battery fits great. This is a smart pack. If it was not smart, it'd probably fit better because it would squeeze tighter. This is a 4000 3S. I just want to show you how well this works. This is, again, not trying to split hairs here, but it is pretty close. I don't intend to rip any of that up, but what I might do is I might take the wires and trap them in there. Okay, so I've got it all the way down, and then fingers on the back set of center of gravity holes. Nice. And then fingers on the front center of gravity hole. See, it still wants to go backward. So I would say with the 4000, no less.
Right, yeah.
So if you're gonna do any bigger than that, or maybe if you had like a voltage alarm involved or something like that, which, you know, without having full telemetry, that might be fine for us. The other thing is, I don't wanna be carving this, but if you did carve it, you could go just a hair further forward and you could really make up for a lot of that. So that being said, I think we're close enough to the CG being right. I would always wanna lean toward nose heavy on a Maiden, especially on this type of plane. I've heard they fly kind of wonky. And that's not a Dynam thing. I understand this plane is just kind of a tough flying plane. So those are the batteries we're going to use. Now this is the transmitter we've used in the past with the Dynams, okay? This is the Gavin 6A, okay? It's got the battery indicator up here. Very simple. It's got nice gimbals, got mechanical trim adjustments, got a few switches here. This one's for high rates and low rates, and then this one's another channel, and this one's another channel, okay? So nothing wrong with it. Excuse me, this one's for VTEL elevator, which is not the way anybody says it. It's televons. And then high-low rates, and then you can reverse rudder, throttle, elevator, and aileron. So without a computerized transmitter, that's a real pain because you have to constantly be fiddling with it between models. That being said, this was fine. It actually worked pretty good. So if you get a ready-to-fly package, that's what'll come with it. We've actually been sitting on this for a three planes now. This is the third of which, and we'd like to dive into it. This is a 9-channel computerized transmitter by Blitz, FHSS and DSSS DT link. So I guess that's the protocol this runs on. Okay, so we're gonna see how it works. I do not know anything about these transmitters, so I know all of you are gonna expect me to be some sort of an expert, and I'm not. This is gonna be new for me, and it's gonna be new for some of you as well. So this is an unboxing, as well as we'll find out if it's worth having. That being said, you can put a Spectrum transmitter in here, or Spectrum receiver in here. If you want to put a Spectrum receiver in here, that's fine. That's going to cost half as much as a plane. So again, I don't want to disparage anybody that makes that decision. You would have very good outcome. And it would be a good way to do it. If you want to put a Lemon RX in there, 7-channel with stabilization, that's fine too. I prefer to get Maiden Flight planes. Okay, so we'll pause it for a sec. Okay, so we got this open. First thing I notice is, oh, it comes with a receiver. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Oh. This has telemetry on it too. It's an SR86A-G, that's a G, not a 9. This has autopilot receiver, GPS back home return data. Wow. Okay. So that's nice to know. Comes with a charger. Okay, so we can plug that into the wall. It's an AC charger with a drum style connection on it. So that's always nice to have. We'll probably need to charge it after we get this thing opened, which will be fun. Okay, I'll mess with that later, obviously. Oh, it does come with a battery. It comes with a LiPo battery, 7.4 volts, 3,000 milliamp hours. That's crazy that can be a 3,000 milliamp hour pack. It's got a little 1S Hextronics balance charge lead on it. This does come with, it looks like a lanyard, which is very much appreciated. My experience with lanyards that are included with transmitters, I always have to like untangle them and retangle them the way I like. Mm-hmm. And this style, I had that on one of my Spectrums once, and it's really nice, but it likes to whack the screen, so you got to be careful about that. Mm. Okay, so it's really well packed. Obviously, we got foam here. Oh wow, look at that. That looks nice. Oh. It's got a big, thick manual. Probably not going to read it much. 9-channel, 2.4 gigahertz digital proportional RC system. Instruction manual. Okay, yeah, that's going to read that never. And then, of course, that looks like everything.
With that nice big foam piece, so like if you were going to transport it, it'd be easy to put back in the box and keep it protected.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, you know, most transmitters do come with a box similar to that. Good. So I wouldn't say that's anything out of the ordinary. I think it's kind of cool. It comes with the transmitter. I didn't know that. Okay, so the look and feel. You want to come around to the other side for this part? Yep. Okay, first things first. It looks cheap. The plastic looks cheap. It feels nice here. Feel this. Rubber. Oh. Mm-hmm. That's nice. Yeah. I like that because you can grab it. This is good. It's for diversity antenna more than likely as well. Ooh, the sliders feel nice. Feel the sliders. They've got good resistance.
Oh, yeah.
So they
Those don't feel
sweep
cheap.
smooth, which is really nice. That doesn't feel very good. This feels fine. This feels like there's no catching. Boom, 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 boom. I like feeling the catches. Okay, clear back. Okay, this is gonna feel a lot like a DX18 or whatever. This has a Bluetooth connection on it. That's pretty cool. So we got a protective cover. Push the slider over to turn it on. Okay, there's a knob over here, a knob over here, switch here. Ooh, that's a momentary push button or a momentary switch. That's gonna be for my throttle cut. This will be for, oh, wow, this is gonna be super nice because it's just like my DX18 was. I mean, it's exactly the same setup for switch orientations. So takeoff flaps, landing flaps. That would not be so much good though. I don't like that.
Yeah, because you use that for like.
That's like my landing gear. I could do gear here or here. Throttle. These feel cheap, but they aren't. They're nice. See? You can always unscrew these guys if you're ever curious about it. See? They have sharp points on them. But why does it feel cheap? I don't understand why it does. You can adjust them in and out a little bit, and then that becomes a jam nut. So the front half and the back half. Okay. So if you want them to be longer or shorter, you can do that. That's kind of nice. I don't think most people probably do that. It fits my hand a little bit different. It's a little bit bigger and flatter, which is kind of weird. I like the way that these sliders feel. These knobs are pointed at a slight angle, which means they'll be a little easier to get at. On the DX18, they're flat. They're like square like this. So this is kind of nice. It's a little easier to get to. Okay. And they spin all the way around, which is nice. Okay. So that one goes all the way around. So center's like here. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of nice. Okay, so DC input and micro SD, that's nice. You've got a protective cover for that. This plastic, whoops, let's see how that, feels sturdy enough. I was kind of mean to it there. There's an output. Look at that. I wonder what that's for. What's like a buddy box sort of thing? Whoa. Oh, that's where the battery goes. Duh. Okay, so we'll drop this in for now. We've got the string here. I'm assuming I want to go this way with it and then plug this in right here. Okay. You can actually charge that on a regular charger. Oh, it just vibrated. That's kind of cool. Throttle is not reset. Press back. Okay, cool. That looks conventional to what I'm used to. That's always nice. It's not like the way I'm used to is a deal breaker, guys. There's so many other ways of doing things than what I do. And yet I'm the one that's making the decision what I like. So if I learned that glows, that's kind of interesting. Since it's up to me to decide what I like, a lot of times that's just gonna have to do with what I started with. So, all right, so they have an LCD screen. Looks like the refresh rate is maybe a little bit slow. You see how it's kind of latent there? That's not a big issue, but it's just kind of a factor. Okay, do we have like a monitor? Oh, that wakes up the screen. It made it brighter.
Transmitter set.
Oh, cool, it's got audio. Okay, model parameter, model set, so you can choose your model. Select model type. System set. Channel monitor.
Channel monitor.
Cool. So looks like it shows a plus minus configuration. My sliders aren't showing up on the screen right now. I don't know why. Probably because they're not assigned to anything. Cool. Nothing. 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 So it looks like those aren't assigned to anything, possibly.
Transmitter set.
Oh, that's where the speaker is, of course.
Function set.
Ooh, okay. Airplane gyro, ESC set. Cool.
Waiting for device to connect.
Cool.
Waiting for device to connect.
I don't want to keep waiting though. I want to cancel. That's probably how I'm going to cancel. I'm going to wake it back up.
Transmitter set.
Model set.
Set.
Model name, stick mode, mode 2. Okay, so you can change it from mode 2 to...
Mode.
Cool. That's nice.
Trainer set.
Cool.
Model set.
Reset model, import, export, fail safe. Okay, cool. Then model parameter, endpoint, sub trim, reverse, servo delay, switch set. Okay,
Switch set.
cool. So that's pretty straightforward. Throttle hold.
Throttle hold.
Let's set it to this switch. Okay, so hold. Oh, so you got to click and then it's not quite as sophisticated. So that's going to be SH. See how it says SH? So I'm clicking SH. You see how it's moving from S. Okay, so there we go, SH. And the value is +2, +7. I don't know what that means. There's minus. See the throttle? Throttle is down at the bottom. Now it's up at the top. See, it goes to the bottom, then it goes up, then it goes up. See, that's off, and that's on. That's on. Okay, so I want that to be opposite, so that when this is, oh wait. Which way do I normally do it? Now I gotta sit and think about it.
I know, when you're not. It's
This is one of those
automatic.
things where it's kind of a safety issue. You don't want to have it backward. Okay, so look at the size difference here. They sure look the same, don't they?
A lot of similarities.
A lot of similarities in size and shape and function. This is the NX6, of course, so it's like the bottom of the line card. Okay, so normally throttle cut. Yep, throttle cut is currently on with it pulled back toward me. And currently throttle cut is on with it pulled back toward me. So I'm glad I checked because that's the way I would normally do it. Obviously the screen is a lot nicer on this, but this is like an expensive transmitter, guys.
Right.
It's more expensive. So I want to be fair when I'm doing these comparisons because just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad.
Model parameter.
Either on curve. Oh, that ain't bad at all. You can set expo. An Aldo. That's kind of interesting. I want to set it to DO, D1. See, there's 3 different curves, 0, 1, 2. So you can change the different points too, which just gets like major overkill. Level. Oh, good lordy. Exponential. EPA, don't know what that means. Custom, default, custom. Whoops. So really on this one, those are the different points where it's going to make the adjustment. Okay, so I want to attach that to a different key though. I don't see, is there one that's labeled as? That's LSRS. See how that says DO, D1, D2? I want to make an association.
Model parameter.
Aileron, elevator curve. So I know how to turn that on, but I want to make it switchable.
How do you access it? Yeah.
Yeah, how do I make it switchable?
Maybe that's in a different spot.
Yeah, because these are all SA. These are S. This is S. Okay, so we'll play with that and figure that out.
Oh,
Throttle.
there was one that said switch set up at the top, like
Oh,
right there.
okay. There we go. So if I want aileron, see how it says off? There we
There you
go.
go.
SD. There we go.
So can you do it on the same?
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
Nice. Sweet. Okay, so now I can go back and then I can go to my curves. Okay, so it says DO level. So see how it's changing the shape? That's not what I want to do. I want to leave it at nothing. Is there a way to reset this?
Clear.
Highlight it and hit clear. There we go. So expo, let's say I want to do 10% for 0, and then for 1, I want to do 15, and for 2, I want to do 25, okay? You see that? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's XPA. That's not rates, is it? This is where rates are. See that? Oh, that's an offset. That's an offset. See how it says at the beginning? That's so strange. I don't know exactly why I would do that. I'm not sure. I don't understand enough about it. Okay, so if I go back and I do the same thing, remember this is on 0. So I'd set the aileron or the elevator to 10. Then I would set it on the second setting to 20. And then on the third setting, whoops, I would set it to 30. And then normally I would drop off my rates as well. Okay.
Model parameter. Throttle curve.
Don't want to mess with that. So aileron curve and elevator curve. Where's rudder curve? Oh, there it is.
Rudder curve.
Did I already set rudder to the switch?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to do rudder at 10. And then on D1, which is like my middle setting, I'm going to set it to 15. And then on D3 or D2, the third setting, I'll set it to 25. Okay.
Model parameter.
Okay, so now let's go look at monitor. So I click and go to channel monitor. Oops. So it's showing an auxiliary channel tied to this switch, okay? But I'm going to ignore that for now. So you see how my elevator is pulled back and it says -19? This should change when I click this. It did change. And it should change more. You see how it changed more? Mm-hmm. See that? 18, then 13, then 11. Okay, now same should be true for aileron. So I'll try to hold it still. It's 33, then it's 29, then it's 22. Okay, cool. So then rudder, same thing. Rudder's at, I'm gonna wake up the screen. Rudder's at -25, 21, and 17. Cool. Okay, so that's pretty good, guys. To figure out that level of an adjustment, Expo is kind of one of those things where you don't think you need it until you try to fly a plane like this. And then you're like, I really want Expo. Okay, very good. Now, let's figure out how this thing charges before we finish up, because we need to obviously bind and set this plane up so that we can fly it.
Is there a bind button on there?
I don't know. There might be a bind area in the menu. So I'm going to plug this into the outlet. There's a little light on it. So I'm gonna power this down. Okay. There's a little green light on the side of that. See the green light?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna plug this in. Okay, so it comes on and it shows that it's charging, so that's nice. There's no ambiguity there. This thing says it's got Bluetooth. I wonder what that really means.
Maybe you'll have to read the manual.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I might have my camera crew read it.
No.
So now the next thing I need to try is binding it to this plane. So my hope is that these things are compatible, since I'm literally about to bind it. This transmitter is it's going to be the first time I've done another programmable transmitter beyond the T8 SG.
Yeah.
Or the NX6 or DX18 or DX8. Typically, I don't screw around with other transmitters for a variety of factors, not the least of which is the fact that I don't like keeping track. But here's the thing, guys. I want to try to bring these ones as bind and fly. What?
You're right on your
I'm hitting it.
flip out mic.
This is a nice lanyard. It's
Just go under.
thick.
Yeah.
I can't tell where it is.
No, you're gonna.
That's thick. It's comfortable. It doesn't dig into your neck too bad. It's every bit as good as the Spectrum one. I don't have any issues with that. I do fly with a lanyard, just so you guys know. It's easy to unhook. It does feel like it's sturdy, like you're not going to drop your transmitter for it. So I'll leave this out of the way.
Okay.
So, all right, cool. This can be thrown out of the way. What are you reading? You doing some light reading while we're filming?
I am doing some light reading.
Dang it, you're showing the people so they know?
Yeah, see, now they'll know how to do it.
Okay, so to bind. Oh, no, I mean, I just realized we don't have access to the binding switch if there's a bind switch. So turning the transmitter on, let's see if I can figure it out before you can. Select model, model set, parameter, model set. Okay.
Transmitter set.
Model parameter, select model type, airplane or helicopter. So this is an airplane, reset current model. Oh, dang it, I probably just cleared all that stuff.
Probably.
All right, hun,
Yeah.
we're gonna pause it and figure this out and come right back.
Okay.
Figured out why this is momentary. That's our bind switch, the SG switch. So anyway, let's come back over here, camera crew. So under model set, you can do what number you're on.
Auto select.
Okay. Looks like there's a number of models in here. Okay. So I'm just gonna
Model set.
go back.
Select.
I'm gonna go to 1.
Model name.
So you click, and then what is this thing called? This is the C-47.
Yep.
Okay, we see. Do we have special characters? Yes.
Can you do a dash or just 47?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out here in just a second. That's the first time I've gone through the menu, so I don't. Oh, C dash.
Yep.
The number's 47. Fairly intuitive so far. And then I'm gonna put a space. Can't hit clear. You're gonna have to scroll to a clear space. And then this is 1.5 meter. By the way, I said earlier 1.3, but this is actually a 1.47 or 1470 millimeters. Oh, I'm all the way over. Okay, so we're gonna do 1.4 meters. Did I pass over the letters? Dang
Yeah,
it, now I'm in the lowercase.
Yeah, I think numbers are at the very beginning.
Okay. And yes, there was a language setting as well at the beginning. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Okay, 1.4. Oh, there's 1.5.
So hopefully
And
there's
that's
more
all.
spaces.
Well, that's fine. That's good enough. C-47 1.5.
Okay.
Set.
Okay, stick mode 2, which you can have different modes for different aircraft, which is, you know, I don't know that that's going to be a real popular thing to do, but channel set.
Set.
Okay, that's pretty simple. Import, export, resort.
Transmitter set.
So model parameter, do you guys remember how we were setting up the curves?
Curve.
Yep, so that's all reset.
Parameter.
That's because we cleared the model.
Started a new model.
Yep. So what we need to do is all set these curves to the switch by clicking on that item. It says off. There we go. I got to scroll backward. There we go. Pretty cool. Okay, and then back.
Auto parameter.
And I'm not going to bore you guys with watching that curve setting, so I'll just pause it while we do this.
Okay.
So I got those 3 sets, so it's just basically like this will be 10% expo, 20%, and 30% expo. So we'll start in the middle like we do on the other ones. RS curve, knob curve, okay. So now we can go back. Select model type, that's where you're gonna reset, so you don't wanna do that except for at the beginning.
Model set.
Okay, so we're on 1, mode 2. Okay, so we should be ready. So now we can go ahead and just turn this off, okay? And when we turn it back on, we'll be holding that, just like we're gonna bind. Okay. So now, I don't know if this is gonna work yet, so I have to be a little bit careful because of the throttle. The reason I have to be a little bit careful is because I'm not actually gonna take this off to press the button. There is a button on the receiver, and I can't get to it from here because it's about here. I just wouldn't physically be able to reach. So it's possible because this is new, it's not bound. As a result, we might get lucky, but I just gotta be careful not to get my hands cut because the props are installed. Okay, so it's beeping, so that means it's not gonna cut me up just quite yet. I'm gonna put everything together, and I'm gonna be mindful that my hand is in a potentially compromising position. Within a meter, I'm gonna pull back on the stick. And I'm still holding. And then I'm letting go. There's nothing really happening on the screen. Throttle sticks up, throttle sticks down, nothing. Okay, so that's unfortunate. Do you know why that's unfortunate, camera crew?
Yeah.
You want to explain it to the people?
We're gonna have to take the wing off to get to that button to bind it.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's true. It's possible that we're wrong, but at this point, I kind of doubt it.
Because the receiver is in like the middle of the wing, basically, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I kind of knew that, I just forgot, to be honest. So let's see how horrible this is. May not be as bad as we think.
So don't glue your wing on.
Well, it doesn't say to glue your wing on. It's about the easiest thing to open up other than the canopy, so.
Right.
Okay, so the challenge for us is that I have to somehow do this. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get the plane stand.
Yeah.
The plane stand will make this a lot easier. It's still gonna be kind of a pain though. Nothing's gonna be easy on this plane, is it?
Nope.
That's why we decided to use a new transmitter.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, you can see the transmitter in here, and you can see this is the battery lead. So we're just gonna regrettably have to shut off the transmitter. Okay, so we gotta plug this thing in, and then there's a little button that says bind, okay? See that button that says bind? Okay. So we're gonna plug this in. Hopefully it doesn't decide to start taking off on us. Okay, so it's also upside down, which is kind of awkward. Okay, so pressing and holding the button. Okay, now it's a slow flash. Now whilst holding this, hopefully it doesn't take off. Oh, it's green.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're bound. Okay, so nothing started yet. That's good. Elevator's working. Rudder's working.
Yep.
Ailerons are working. Okay, so that being said, I'm gonna unplug this and I'm gonna turn off my transmitter. It's off. Now I'm gonna turn the transmitter back on. It comes up. I'm gonna test it before I go through the trouble of putting it all back together. We have a solid green light. We have a response. Although, let's show the people at home what's going on here. See that rudder? You see that thing slapping around?
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
I want to teach you something. Can you put your hand out? Okay. See how it's whipping back and forth? That's what I was warning about earlier. Elevator, it's a little bit better. I think we're okay for what we're doing. I think we're gonna be all right because it's a rudder.
Okay.
If it was more critical, like an elevator, I would be more concerned. Okay, so now we just need to basically feed this wire for the battery back up front. Just go ahead and reassemble this. So now there's gonna be a gyro control somewhere. There's gonna be probably a gain control. There may be a gain for each of the axes, I don't know. But what I need to do is I need to figure out how to control the gyro so it's turned on and off. I need to figure out what the on-off looks like. Then I need to figure out how to associate all those different things with my different expo modes. I also need to get these things stuffed down in there because they were kind of loose. That actually wasn't too bad.
The other thing with those decals on the bottom too is they do help hold that wing joiner piece cover thing on.
The cover, yeah.
If you were having problems with yours, you're stuck down pretty good this time.
We didn't have as bad a time as I thought, but we also used 4.5 tubes of glue.
Yeah.
And you guys only got 2 in the plane, so that is a little bit more challenging then.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that this has been bound, we can go ahead and leave this on. Throttle cut, throttle hold is on.
And that's another nice thing about using this Blitz transmitter as opposed to just the one that comes with it if you buy it as a ready to fly.
A smart ready to fly.
Yeah. That one
The
doesn't have a throttle cut.
RTF. The smart ready to fly, which is surprisingly similar to other industrial nomenclature. Okay, so real quick before we get too excited, I want to ensure that my throttle hold is going to work by testing things like throttle. Throttle cuts off and it did not start. It did now. Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Full throttle, it's got some power. Okay, out of the power, throttle cuts on. Whoa. Throttle cuts off. Throttle cuts on. You know what? Throttle cut was set.
And then we reset the model.
Okay, so let's look how to do that again. First things first, I'm gonna hold the wing just in case.
Okay.
You're gonna click.
Model parameter. Throttle hold.
Okay, I need to be careful about this because I don't know which way it's gonna respond. So that way, if it starts, it's just run into the sink.
Okay.
So I want to make that SD. Okay? And then while it's this way, it shouldn't work. See how it's moving? Still moving. Well, that's weird.
Do you have to change the... I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have to do it last time. Maybe it has to be something other than 0. Throttle's still working. Throttle's still working. Let's change it to 1. Throttle's working. Throttle's working. Okay, so that is a little bit weird to me. That's SH, no wonder. Goodness gracious. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm going to set that back to 0. That's SH. I apologize, guys. Throttle cut. Now it's off. Okay, so the throttle hold is working. Throttle hold is not. It is. It's not. It is. Okay, so now that we've established that, that's important, guys. And I just clicked on accident and clicked it to off when I was exiting. So now I have to retest. Off. Now it's on. And it's on. Okay, so I can hit back. So that's on, and it's been tested again. All right, so we're safe there. Okay. So that's important. Then we want to make sure our curves are on. So here's how we're going to check. Elevator up, elevator down. aileron left, aileron right, aileron left, part way, more, less, even less, more. See how that's working? Okay, now elevator, more, more. I think we're just out of range. It's not that much movement. A little bit less. Okay, then rudder. It's going back. Rudder needs to be reversed. Okay, ailerons are correct. Elevator is correct. Now, rudder is backwards. So how do we switch that? Reverse. Okay, so I click it and then reverse. So now rudder, going the right way and the right way. Okay? There is a little bit of resistance because that gear on the ground, the steerable tail wheel, rubs on the ground and it slows that down. So that's part of what we were hearing and experiencing earlier. Okay, so with that up in the air, that should be pretty good, but we're obviously not centered, so we'll just grab and mechanically trim that with a screwdriver. So we'll show you how to do that. Included screwdriver, Phillips. Okay. Actually, I don't even know if that's the one that was included. I apologize if it's not. You have to loosen this, and then that should allow you to slide it until it's square. Okay. I usually like to move it a little bit while I'm checking for free movement. See how I tweaked it at an angle? Now I'm going to hold it up. See how it doesn't quite make it back? That's because there's schmutz in there.
Sticking.
Yep. See how it sticks? Doesn't stick that way, but it sticks this way.
Other way. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to actually preferentially move this just a
Overcompensate.
hair. Just a hair. Yeah. There's two things that are contributing to that. One, this nut needs to loosen, or this needs to get worked back and forth a bunch, because this thing isn't allowed to spin, okay? So when this moves left, it comes back. When this moves right, see how it doesn't quite make it? That's because of this thing is not allowed to spin. This should be allowed to pivot free, and it's not. Okay, so we can fix that too with a pair of pliers. And hopefully it's just hold one side and turn the other. Okay, so I'm just going to grab the nut under here and just hold it and then just loosen just a hair. It doesn't take much, because if you overdo this, you'll never get it back. I'm sorry guys, it's just impossible to show you what I'm doing here. I'm just turning a nut, so it's not really anything too fantastic. I want this to spin free though, okay? And I feel like I tightened it. Okay. See how it's allowed to spin now? Relative to the control clevis. It doesn't quite make it centered, but it doesn't quite make it centered either way.
That's better than it was.
It is better. It's more even.
Yeah.
I don't like it that it's not even, but that's just symptomatic of a crappy servo. Okay? The wheels feel like they're going somewhat free. Okay, let's try throttle again. Feels good. Let's check the power. It's almost enough to get out of my hand, so that's good. Obviously, there's no stabilizer on. Can't hear anything correcting. There's obviously no auto leveling going on. Oh, do we need to adjust the elevator? Up, down? I think it's similar.
Oh, when you said that, it made me think when we were doing decals and stuff, you were going to mention that if you're a person that measures your throws, they are listed in the instruction sheet.
Yeah, we just don't do
You
that.
just ignore them.
Yeah, I just.
But they are there.
I think we're
And the
pretty.
CG is there too.
Yeah, the CG was listed, so
Yeah.
we just copied whatever the CG in the little fold-out manual, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
These things, this decal, you have to trim it. So I'm just hoping we have enough clearance because I feel like we're rubbing.
Yes.
I think we're rubbing worse over here too.
Sounds like it.
On the inside.
Yeah. The other side doesn't seem as bad. Shiny decal is. What are you doing with my knife? Oh, that was a little aggressive.
It was aggressive and it worked perfectly. I'm not cutting it, I'm just gapping it.
Yeah.
That works really good. Lot better.
Yeah.
Lot better. Elevator. Sorry. That works so good, I'm doing it again. Okay? All right. Maybe we should wash that. Okay, so we have the plane to where it could technically fly. We have expo involved. That's pretty good. Throttle cut's working, or throttle hold is working. So now at this point, rudder, okay, aileron, elevator, elevator. So everything's working there. So if we want to do a mix for coordinated turns, let's say model set. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to go to monitor mode before we do that. So channel monitor shows all the channels, okay? I need to be able to move the plane. I apologize. That changed auxiliary 4, nothing happening. That changed gear, nothing happening. Ooh. Okay, so currently on SB, okay, listen. I'm turning the knobs. Nothing. Okay. So when it's like this, there's no stabilizer at all. When it's like this, there's something. Okay, let's look for auto leveling. Yep, look.
Yep.
No, it's just way out of alignment.
Oh.
Or is it? Yes, it's out of alignment on the aileron. This aileron is way up, that aileron is down. Hold on a second. Whoops. One of my decals was binding. I don't know if that's what we were seeing. So when I move the wing up, that aileron should go up, and it does. When I move this aileron up, it should go up. It does. When I move the tail up, the elevator should go up. It does. When I move the rudder, I know these things are hard for you guys to see on camera, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm gonna move, I wanna see the rudder go with me. Yep. For what it's worth.
Right.
It's hard to see.
Yeah.
The rudder's not super centered. The ailerons are super not centered as well. No movement. Stabilizer. Okay, so is this auto leveling? Yep.
There you go.
Okay, so how do you know that this is auto leveling?
Because you're trying to find the quickest route to level. So when you cross center, then it flips.
Now watch the elevator. Trying to bring it level. When it gets level, it stops. I don't know if the yaw axis does it. I don't think it does. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second, guys. So this is going to be where our auto leveling is. This is going to be stabilization, and this is going to be nothing, okay? We got to look at the ailerons though, because I don't want to use all my electronic trim when I get up in the air, okay? So why do our ailerons look so out of whack?
Transmitter says.
See, when I pull the stick over, they go up and down respectively. Up and down respectively, but they come back to their neutral position. It's not like the rudder where it overcorrects or undercorrects. Uh-oh. I think it's disconnected inside or somewhere. You hear it? Mm-hmm. So that's not a good sign. Okay, we're gonna have to take the wing off to fix that anyway. Probably not one of the more quality moments of the build. I think the servo might have come out of the pocket.
I heard it pop, like something came out of.
Something broke free.
Yeah.
Oh, I need a plane stand.
Yeah. The other thing, I'm gonna say this out loud because then I won't forget, is we need to see about like timers and alerts for like warnings.
They're not gonna give us settings for that, but we may need to set that.
Right.
You mean for like throttle, starting one
Yeah.
out sort of stuff?
Yeah, just
Okay.
like a regular standard timer.
Yeah, like 5-minute flight timer.
Yeah. But let's do this first. I just thought of that a second ago, so I don't forget.
Yeah, sure. That's a good point, camera crew. Because this definitely has timers involved.
Right.
Okay, so we're just gonna lift this up and just kind of turn it. Oh yeah, I was correct. Look at the servo.
Oh, well, that would be your problem.
There's your problem, guys.
Is that just glued in there?
Doesn't even have the same size pocket. Yeah, that's pretty crappy, guys. That's really unacceptable. Okay, at least it's the rudder. And not, you know what we need to do? We need to hot glue that. Because I want to make sure that that sucker is in there good.
Yeah.
Hot glue is going to give material for it to hold on both sides. Because the pocket that it's stuck into, you see it grabs the top, but then it's going to allow too much play. That's what's happening for sure.
Yeah.
The servo is returning to the home position, but it's...
Pushing it forward.
Yep, it's slacking.
Got it.
So while we wait for the hot glue gun to heat up, we need to center the throws on our ailerons, okay? So we're out of all the different auto leveling modes. In stabilization, we're gonna look at one thing. What are you doing?
We're gonna
Right
do
over,
this way.
over here.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so I loosen this one screw, and then I wanna hold that in position. That'll mechanically center our throw. And then I want to tighten this really tight, okay? Okay, so then that's centered. Now we want to do the exact same thing over here. See how that's up just a hair? Okay, so we'll loosen that. See, down. Okay, so we'll just center that. And just kind of tighten it with my fingers for a second. Torque that down super tight, okay? So then we can move them again. Oh yeah, nice and centered. Okay, so that's where you would measure your throws if you're trying to follow the manual for that. By the way, let's show the people the action in here. From over here, possibly. I can't really move the plane, you'll have to.
I can see them.
See how that? You see how there's a gap here and a gap here? That's what we're gonna fix on this one.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Yep,
man, the
I can
lighting
see.
is horrible though.
Oh, I know, but
Okay, so on this one, we're basically gonna glue it. We're gonna have to try to figure out how to do this while, I want this all to be live so I can move the control surfaces, make sure everything is solid. Okay. So far we have enough length to get away with this. Ugh, it's not gonna like this step. Okay, that's good enough. Now we can see pretty good.
okay.
Okay, got that folded back. So this is an MSR 66A. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like they had probably epoxy. Looks like what they used. Might have been something else, I'm not sure. I'm gonna start by just pooping a bunch of that hot glue on both sides. Really liberally applying it, okay? I'm gonna slide this down into the pockets and then stick it in, okay? I'm not gonna worry about how hot it is or how much it's gonna melt the foam because it will some, and that's just part of it. I'm gonna let it set for a sec. Okay, now I can take that string off. Now I wanna try to rotate this. This is gonna be kind of challenging because I want the glue to set up. I have to rotate it like this. If you wanna try coming behind me, you can. This might be a little bit challenging to film, guys. My apologies. It's hard to see for me, let alone show you guys. Okay. See what I'm doing? Just going real heavy. So I did that. Lick my finger, push it down. Try not to get burned. That's all I'm worried about. I'm not trying to be gross, but that keeps me from getting burned. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing on the back where the wire comes out. I'm gonna try to be nice to where my wires are, exactly where my wires are, you know?
Jeez.
I know. Trust me, you're gonna thank me for doing that later. That's a lot of wasted weight, by the way, guys. But I want that to go down into the groove. And basically that's gonna make a wedge so that the servo cannot move. Mm-hmm. It just physically has nowhere to go now. And yes, you can yank that out still.
Right.
If you had a failure of the servo, no problem, okay?
So while you're in there, do you feel like the elevator servo is okay?
It's a lot better, but I'd like to prevent it from moving.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's probably worth trying. But you gotta remember, this is like, it's weight, you know, we're adding weight.
Right.
And yeah, when it's flexible like that, it's still pretty warm. So be careful not to burn yourself too bad. All right, so I wanna let that set up for just a second longer. I would normally not use hot glue on a foam application like this, but I just know that the position this is in, it's always going to fight. Mm-hmm. Always gonna fight. So the only other option would be to pump in a bunch of epoxy, and that's gonna be a huge pain in the butt. And it's gonna be a lot, you'll have to take everything apart and have it sitting out for a long time. Okay, so rudder. Oh yeah, look how much better that looks, guys. Does it go back to center? Check.
No, it's still a little bit off.
That's because of the channel it's going
Yeah,
through.
that's not necessarily the servo directly.
Not necessarily. A bigger servo would prevent that from happening. Okay, so that's setting. So I guess, dang it, camera crew.
What?
You talked me into it, to doing the right thing.
I don't really want to take it apart again.
I don't really want to take it apart the first time.
Oh.
We just got it together, for goodness sake. But yes, you're absolutely right. We should be doing this. Okay, so all I'm gonna do is just go along this top seam. This one's not as bad, so I'm not gonna go as crazy with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I don't want that to get screwed up and catch up all the stuff. Dang it. You see what I did there?
What? Did you nick it? Yes.
I did. Nothing a little hot glue won't fix. If you have hot glue gun out in 30 seconds worth of work later. I gotta admit, guys, I don't usually use hot glue on these applications, but it's just, this is the right thing for the job right now. It's the right tool for the job. Okay, that glue is running down into the opening at the bottom of the elevator servo, and then down the side some too, okay? That is going to force that servo to stay in its pocket, but it's also going to soften the foam around it. So you got to be, it's kind of a
Catch-22.
A little bit. Okay, just don't get it on the arm. If you get it on the arm, you'll regret it. The control arm, okay? You guys know why?
Because you'll glue your arm
Because you'll
down.
never get the glue all the way off of it. You'll try. It'll be fun trying. All right, guys. I feel bad because you can't see exactly what's going on, and that's the whole point of a video. But let's be real. What I'm doing here, this is going to help the model to fly well. And when I say fly well, the ready-to-fly models that we got, I suspect that this is going to be a lot better flying because of the better control authority. And I've been wrong on stuff like this before, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot better. Ailerons. I want to try the rudder, not the elevator. Rudder. It still wants to overshoot and stuff. I have found some luck with lithium grease in there, but I just don't know if it's going to happen on this one. Elevator. Elevator. Okay. All right. Good enough for me.
Okay.
So now it's just a matter of putting it all back together. Make sure the wires aren't going to immediately fall into a trap. Yep, we're good there.
Well, better to find that now than when you're taxiing for your
Maiden.
Maiden or any flight, really.
Yeah, right. I agree. It's much better to find it now, but we should also check the CG again. Okay. Okay, so that's nice and tight. Tight like a toiga. Okay, so the CG, we've shaken the battery so it goes down. See, it pulled it back a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, that's not surprising.
No.
That's exactly what it should have done because we just added weight to the tail. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something up here, okay? So you see this, how this allows the slop? I don't think we can really get away with doing a bigger battery. I just think that's impractical. But what we can do is we can go ahead and trim out just a hair so the battery can come forward a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay? We should be able to get away with a little bit more forward on the battery because it's not like there's a nose gear up here to worry about. But we do need to keep something to retain that, okay? For the canopy. Okay. Doesn't seem like a lot, but probably make a big difference, guys. Can they see what's going on there?
Yeah, mostly.
I'm just cleaning the foam out now. So we didn't hardly move much forward. All right, so now that that's out of the way, now we can try to slide this back in there. See how that went forward just a hair? Mm-hmm. Okay. At the back hole, it's tipping forward. At the front hole, we're neutral. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. So now, to further exaggerate that effect, and see it slipped. See it slipped?
Yep.
So what we need to do is we need to take advantage of one more small step, and that's going to be to take these things, and I want to make a pinch point so that the battery is pinched up here,
yeah.
Okay? So I was thinking about doing this with the regular glue, but I'm thinking this stuff's a little bit heavier, which might serve our interest now. So I'm going to glue that there. Just let that set for a second. And that's probably more than we need. It's probably going to make it kind of hard to get in there, which is what we want. Okay. Then once that one's set up, we'll probably pick one more spot. Okay. See how it's tight now? See? Now that's going to hold it in position. So now I want to pick one more point, so we'll pick right here in case we do a smaller pack when we find out that the CG was actually pretty good before and we added weight unnecessarily, which is always a possibility. Okay. So all we're doing is just kind of bracing it over that way. It'd be better if we could center it, but that's close enough for what we're doing here.
Okay.
So we're gonna let that set for just a second while the glue cools down. Again, this is hot glue, so it doesn't need to dry or anything. It just needs to cool for a second. That front one's totally cool. So now, we'll just kind of rock that in a little bit. See how nice and tight that is now? Mm-hmm. That's holding it perfectly.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, so now to put this canopy on, is it still gonna work? Yep, it is. Okay. It's not moving. Back hole leaning forward. Front hole leaning back to neutral. That's perfect. That means we're gonna have a tendency to nose heavy. That's what you want for a beginning flight. And I did notice that we're kind of running into this canopy just ever so slightly. It's fairly thick here. So I want to take just a little teeny tiny bit of material out right here in the corners. Okay, just a little bit, hardly any, okay? Because this will be a weak spot because it's not super thick. Just a little bit. We don't want to overdo this. Otherwise we're going to have a window. Okay. So there's that. And it's reaching down to the magnets just fine, but I'm just noticing that gap. You see this gap here? Mm-hmm. Okay. That feels pretty good. All right, guys, there you have it. So this thing is, I would say, we need to still do a little bit more though, right? We need to look at timer. We need to look at rudder to aileron mix if we decide we want to do that. And this we can lay over here. Hopefully it doesn't drip on the wood. So everything else feels like it's pretty solid. I would feel comfortable flying it right now, but I'd really like to know how hard it is to set up that other stuff. Of course, this is the Blitz. What do we call this? It's Detram Tech. This is the
I think it's the
DTM. The DT, it's DT9.
Yeah.
The DT9. So we'll see how that works. So far, I'm pretty happy with it. Is it the end all cure all? Is it gonna make me give up on Spectrum transmitters? Yeah, probably not. Do I like this plane better, knowing that I have access to doing mixes? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Also, that being said, if I was flying this plane with flaps, then I would be able to do my flap mixes and stuff. So elevator to flap mix. All right.
Set.
What were we looking for? Timers?
Model set.
Okay, not there.
Model parameter.
Here's a mix set. So flaperon, you can turn it on and off, which obviously isn't going to do you any good because you don't have the wires split. So if you wanted to do flaperons, you could, but you'd have to split your two ailerons. So you'd probably have to get an extension cord in there, which is fine. So you can also do program mix. Okay, so there's a bunch of mixes. Did they have one already?
What were you looking for? Rudder?
Veer, elevator, V-tail. Nah, I'll just do program mix. Let's go to A. Let's turn it on. Master is aileron. The slave is rudder. Rate 1, rate 2. Okay, so see how it moves together? See, I move the aileron, it moves the rudder. I move the aileron, it moves the rudder. I move the rudder, it moves the rudder only. I move the aileron. Okay, so that's easy. So rate 1 is going to be, let's say, 25. Kind of overshoots a little bit there. So 25. So I move the ailerons. Oh, that's one direction and the other direction, okay? So rate 1, rate 2.
Oh, okay.
So that's the one way and the other way. So we'll do 25 and 25 and see how that works. Okay, so now watch. Yeah, it moves 25% and 25%. Cool. But then the rudder makes no impact on the ailerons. Okay, that's super easy. And you can set that to a switch. So for instance, I want to put this to a switch condition. Oh, dang it. Okay, so it stays on. It says switch on. Mix switch on. No, I want to make it SB.
No, that's your
I
stable.
know.
Oh.
But then where do I want it to turn on? You hear it's mixing? Mm-hmm. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to change it to SA. SA. Okay, ready? Off. See, it's doing nothing. Now it's doing something. So in this condition, it's on, okay? So if I wanted that tied to a switch, then I could tie it to this switch. I just wanted to make sure in full auto leveling, there's no mix attached to it.
Oh.
Okay? Stabilization, there's no mix. Nothing, there's no mix, okay? But in my case, I want it to be just on. So you can have it off, or you can have it on, or you can have it attached to a switch.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Transmitter set.
So then, system set, language, brightness. Brightness off, I turned that to 60 seconds. You might not want to do that if you're not filming. Brightness is 100%. You can do as low as nothing or as high as 100. Vibration is on, volume. I think I'm going to actually turn it to 50 because it's a little bit distracting. Calibration, of course, is going to calibrate your sticks. And then about I don't want to do. Function set, timer 1 set. Timer type is going to be up, down. We're going to count down. The trigger is going to be throttle or a switch. We'll do throttle. The switch for clear is going to be back. Oh, okay, maybe not. Off. So it's just one of these. I don't know what this switch is actually going to do. Okay, we'll try that. Threshold's 90. Timer is going to be minutes. Okay, so that's minutes. So I want to set a timer for 5 minutes. And we'll see how it behaves.
Okay.
Oh, timer seconds. Okay.
Oh.
So you can do seconds or minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go back. Throttle up. Oh, hold on. You'll notice there's a timer, but it says 40 minutes. That's counting up, okay? So if I hit clear, oh, telemetry. Cool.
Voltage set.
I don't think that's gonna work because I don't think we have it. Nope.
Transmitter set. Auto parameter.
Oh, we should be able to set the timer with SA. Come on, SA. See the timer? It's counting down. Then it stops. Okay, throttle cuts on. It does not count if the throttle holds on, okay? So we want to change that type. So that was under function, timer 1 set. Throttle thresholds minus 90. I guess what we're used to is 25. It's set for 5, and I don't know if I want it set to SA. I want it off. So I wonder if that's how we do the 1 out. Okay, so throttle cuts off. At 9 it doesn't work, at 10 it does. See this? At 12 it does count down. At 10 it stops. I think at 15 it is counting. At 3 it's not. Okay, so throttle cuts on. So I don't know if they have a 1 out setting on this one.
Timer 1 set.
I'm gonna set SA. I don't even know what the switch does.
If you go up to throttle, are there other options besides throttle?
Switch and throttle.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. And then they have the seconds at the bottom.
There's nothing below 6.
Timer 2 set.
Unless this one operates differently. It looks the same to me.
I agree.
Airplane gyro. Face down. See that?
That's right.
Wing type normal.
Roll clear.
Says switch 1, switch 2, switch 3. Ah, nice. So I can set this to gyro mode. See how it says safe? There's gyro, manual mode, and then safe mode. Okay, so now this should be in gyro. Nothing, and then safe. That's pretty cool, guys. I gotta say, that's way easier than we thought it was gonna be because putting this thing together sucked. And setting up the transmitter was actually not bad at all. I mean, the only problems we had to do with the crappiness of this particular servo on the rudder.
Yeah,
And then putting together the wing, which it does look a lot better now.
it is better.
It's way more sturdy. And then once it's in the air,
That's even better. Yeah, when it's on the ground.
still got a little, I just think it's an underpowered servo.
Yeah.
But it's definitely working. It's definitely pretty, other than the stupid ugly doors. I really like the way it looks. It feels powerful. I'm excited to see how it flies. I hope it tracks straight on these gear. That build took so long, but I'm excited to show you guys. I hope you enjoyed the flight. I hope that this helped teach you something that you needed to know, because if not, wow, there's so much you could have done in that time. Thanks for watching, guys. If you really want to help us, buy from the links in the description below. It helps to support us financially. It helps to build clout with all these companies we work with. Despite all the annoyances about building these things, let's just get down to it. Building these planes can be kind of annoying. Or it could be super easy. It just depends on what plane you're building. The Dynam ones tend to be a lot more work than the other brands. That's been my experience. Now, that being said, we're comparing that to, E-Flight or FMS. This was an XPR. That was horrible. That was like way worse than this.
Yeah.
But it's also a lot more pretty model, and it's also a lot more expensive. The shipping on that plane cost as much as this plane cost.
Yeah.
So everything has to be taken with a grain of salt in that. Just because we had an annoying build doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to be up against the wire or frustrated the way we were.
And nothing about it was overly hard. It's just lots of little steps, and you have to just figure them out as you go. So
Yeah,
it's just
just
tedious.
annoying.
Yeah.
Tedious.
And it's harder for us because we're filming and trying to show you all the steps.
And my camera crew is trying to tolerate me, and after we do this for several hours, we're both kind of like, really? But I think it's gonna be a good plane. It sure looks pretty.
Cool. Yeah.
I am
it does.
excited. As long as you look at this side, you won't see those ugly doors. Those doors are really ugly. Definitely do not put those decals on. You'll thank me later for that. Oh, and this back door doesn't quite fit in the door opening. So the door that's molded is bigger. But it is really pretty. No flaps, no retracts. That's definitely a bummer. But the thing is, maybe this thing is gonna fly super slow as it is. I'm not sure. I know the Grand Cruiser didn't really need flaps, but it's sure cool to have them. And I want to use this to do a second thoughts video on both the Grand Cruiser and the PT-17 because I think the Expo is gonna take this to another level, to where these things are gonna fly better, more reliably, and easier than we've ever had. So without further ado, definitely like the video. If you've tolerated this much of the video, you guys are obviously big time supporters. So please, when you do buy, because I know you're gonna buy some of the stuff, maybe not every plane you see me do, because that would be crazy, but if you do, great. Buy from the links in the description below. The plane will link to the battery. Obviously, we'll link to all the different finish levels when we do a video, but then on our standard list, we'll just link to Big Go Hobby, in this case, is who sent this one. And you can just follow the generic link if you're not sure which one you want, or you can follow the exact link to get to this product, which was the Bind and Play, the BNP style. Or if you want to buy this thing, which is the DT9 by Detram, okay? Blitz, sorry. So either way, guys, we really appreciate you being around. This is gonna be super fun to show you. Can't wait to get it in front of you on camera, and I'm sure the flight went really well. Come back for more.